Hey everyone, how are y'all? Y'all, please don't forget to put your chat on live chat. Y'all, give me just 1 second. I'm just getting everything situated. All right, and email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs it. All right, y'all. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna kind of go ahead and get into it. What I'm gonna do tonight, I'm just gonna have Sally Mae and Lady V, whenever she wants to join us on panel tonight. We're gonna go over this case about Crystal Rogers, and then later on, after that, I will. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Then I will open up the panel for anyone else who wants to come up and discuss it. Cool Gamer, how are you? Sally Mae, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
Summer.
What did she say?
A trouble on panel.
Yeah, you got that right.
Hey, honey, how are you? You're no trouble,
One on
Sally.
panel and one in the chat.
Okay, so I did send Lady V the link, so whenever she
Okay.
gets ready to come up and join us. Does anyone in chat have y'all heard of Crystal Rogers case or kept up with it? For Chihuahuas, how are you? And happy Saturday to you as well.
Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, I've missed another day this week. Like, for some reason, I was thinking today was Friday, and it's Saturday.
It is Saturday.
It's crazy how this week. Who was it that was just like waiting for Friday to hurry up and get here? I forgot who that was in chat. Hey, Big Al, how are you?
Hopefully it'll go quick this week. I'm waiting to see my grandchildren.
Oh, I know you can't wait. Yorkie Mama, thank you so much for being a member for 14 months. And Yorkie Mama says she misses you all. We miss you too, Yorkie Mama.
Hey, Yorkie Mama.
Lady V, how are you?
Hello, how are you tonight? I love your background.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Hi, Lady V.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Good.
Okay, y'all. Let me get all my little sticky notes.
She's trying to stir us.
That's Ed.
Stir
That's Edgar.
Edgar.
Poor
Yeah,
Edgar.
he's a cross dresser right now. So
Edgar needs his clothes.
yeah, he's got lace on right now. So
Okay, so Big Al, I did see where Betty Jo said that she's kept up with this case, but Big Al is asking who Crystal Rogers is. Just a quick rundown for those who have not heard of this case. Crystal Rogers, she went missing July the 3rd of 2015. The last known person to have seen her was her boyfriend at the time, Brooks Hawk. And Sally Mae, am I pronouncing that last name correctly?
Brooks Houck.
Hawk? Okay. All right. So he was the last one who seen her. Apparently, he told police that when he went to bed that night, she was on her phone playing games. When he woke up the next morning, she was gone and her car was not in the driveway. And so 2 days later, her dad finds her car parked at mile marker 14 on the Bluegrass Parkway, and it had a flat tire. And all of her personal belongings were inside, including the car keys. And her mom reported her missing that day. And she still to this day has not been found. Brooks, the former boyfriend, has been charged with her murder. She was declared deceased in October of 2015. And there was another arrest in, was it September? Joseph was also arrested, Joseph Lawson.
What was the date?
September.
Yeah, I believe that was when it was.
Okay, and then Joseph Lawson's dad, Stephen Lawson, was recently arrested, and both of the Lawson guys have been charged with conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. Brooks
I
has
think
been
Daddy Lawson is talking.
who?
I think Daddy Lawson may be spilling the beans.
Oh, you think he could be?
I think he's spilling beans. Like he's saying stuff. According to what his lawyer was saying, it sounded like it.
Yeah, because his attorney comes out and has a lot of interesting things to say.
Yeah, he did, which makes me think that he's talking.
But if that's the case, then he kind of ratted his own son out.
Yeah, he did.
Honestly. But I mean, he's claiming that, well, the attorney is claiming that he knows nothing of her murder. But then comes out with these allegations that someone was hired to unalive Crystal, and that his son Joseph is the one who drove her car and ended up getting a flat, and that's the reason why it was found on the parkway. So, and Sally Mae has kept up with this case from the beginning, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Lady V, have you kept up with it since 2015?
I heard about it back then. I had to kind of remind myself of it.
Yeah, I reviewed myself a little bit on some things because there's so many.
Yeah, there's so many
ins
twists
and outs and complicated.
All right. I mean, I had to make a list of all the people that's been named just in different articles so I can keep up with them.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Okay, so Sally, do you want to start it off, Sally Mae, and kind of, or was that basically, hey Pepper, how are you? Basically the gist of the rundown. I do have a timeline that I do want to go through.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to cover the timeline. That way people that don't know the case can get a better idea.
Okay, let me grab that link real quick. That's another site. Okay. I gotta make sure that this video on the timeline does not start playing. All right, let me get this pulled up here and make it a little. Okay, that's about as big, I believe, as I can make it. Can everyone see that? Okay.
Let's see. No, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bigger, please.
You need it bigger, Sally Mae?
Yes, for the blind.
Okay. Let me move it over here.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Fix. I'm just gonna fix it where I can see all the words on the screen. Okay, so this timeline came out September the 11th of this year, and then it was updated on December the 7th. So it's Bardstown, Kentucky, and it says a major breakthrough in an unsolved case and maybe the key to bringing federal investigators one step closer to the truth in the 2015 disappearance of Crystal Rogers. The 35-year-old mother of five from Bardstown has been missing for nearly a decade now. Crystal's disappearance hangs heavy over the Nelson County community. Despite numerous search warrants and interviews over the years, there has been little to shed light on the case. That was until a Nelson County man was arrested in connection with Crystal's disappearance in mid-August, and then Brooks Houck was arrested in September. Okay, so Joseph was arrested in August then. I don't know where I was getting September from.
I was mixed up too between the two.
All right. So in the first major development in years, here's a timeline of everything that has happened throughout the investigation. So July the 3rd, 2015, that was the last day that Crystal Rogers was seen alive. 2 days later, on the 5th, she's reported missing by her parents. Her car was later found along the Bluegrass Parkway with her keys, phone, and purse still inside. On October the 16th of 2015, Crystal is presumed deceased by Ed Mattingly, who was the sheriff at the time, and her ex-boyfriend Brooks Houck is named the main suspect. On November the 19th, Tommy Ballard, which is Crystal's dad, was fatally shot while on a hunting trip with his grandson, which was also Crystal's oldest son.
2016.
Huh?
2016.
Wait, what did I say?
I don't know. I just wanted to clarify that it was.
Oh, okay, yes, because it was 13 months.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait, that ain't right. I have to go back and figure out how many months because I didn't write that down. But
August, September, October, November, so that'd be 16 months.
16 months. Okay, so 16 months after Crystal disappears. Hey, Catherine. Then her dad is shot and murdered. So nearly 7 years later, his death also remains unsolved. And this is Crystal and her dad. Now, in August of 2020, the FBI steps in and takes over the Crystal Rogers case. Agents execute search warrants at the home of Brooks Houck and his brother Nick, who was a police officer in Bardstown at the time. The FBI also searched Crystal's storage unit and conducted their first search of the Houck family farm. Now, during the time that Brooks was being interviewed, like a few days after Crystal goes missing, his brother Nick calls him in the middle of the interview and tells him not to talk to police. And he basically shuts the interview down. And I think at that point in time is when the investigators started believing that he possibly had something to do with her disappearance. So on August 27th of 2021, another multi-day search, federal agents find items of interest under a driveway in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision.
Yeah, I remember when they dug that up.
But they never did say what it was, though, did they? What those items was?
They did not.
That's going to be interesting to hear when he goes to
when
his trial starts. So documents show that Houck Reynolds LLC, of which Brooks was the registered agent for, owned 3 homes in the Woodlawn, including 2 on the street blocked out by the FBI. Now into October the 21st of 2022, FBI agents conclude a second search of the 245-acre Houck family farm after 5 days. Evidence collected during the search was sent to the FBI's lab in Quantico to be analyzed. So they are just like finding all kind of stuff.
Yeah, they've been all over it.
Now,
you know why they're all over it, or they started to be all over it?
One time.
Her mom fought like hell to get justice for her and her dad.
Well, hopefully, hey JC, hopefully there will be something coming up in the dad's case here soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Hopefully.
Sounds
There's
like
no way that was an accident.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it was an accident.
Oh, no way.
And I believe the grandson that was with him was 12 at the time.
Yes.
So they did go and they investigated that whole shooting with the grandfather or Crystal's dad. And they did rule out unaliving by him and the grandson. It wasn't anything accidental or anything like that.
Can I explain a little bit about how he was shot?
Sure.
So they were out hunting. They were in a field. And the grandfather was shot. Later on, when they were at the scene and were investigating, they found a tree a distance from the field that had notches in it where somebody had rested their rifle. So he was shot that way, and the officer that was shot and killed on duty was killed in a similar manner. He was on duty, or he was getting off duty, driving up in the hills, I think, or something, and somebody put a tree or what have you in the the street, so he got out and moved it, and someone shot him when he got out of the car. So they were a distance away when they shot him. So it's very, very similar.
Okay, and that officer's name was Jason Ellis.
James or Jason?
Did I write his name down? Because I remember asking how he played into all this, but his murder is still unsolved as well.
I believe that he worked with Brooks' brother. His brother was an officer when this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was looking into it, and
Yeah,
I
I
think
think he
he
was.
was close to it.
So they were basically just trying to get rid of people who were looking into it and possibly getting close to
Yes.
Right.
what actually happened. All right, now putting this one in timeout. Okay. All right, so into January of 2023. So the Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron appoints Hardin County Commonwealth's Attorney Shane Young as a special counsel to help in the prosecution of criminal charges in a trio of mysterious deaths in Bardstown. Those includes Crystal's case, Tommy Ballard, which is Crystal's dad, and Jason Ellis. His name was sitting right there in front of me, y'all.
It always is.
Which is who Sally Mae was just talking about. That was the Bardstown police officer who was also murdered in an ambush in 2013. All right, so June the 21st of 2023. So a grand jury indicts a Nelson County man, 32-year-old Joseph Lawson, on 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The charges are tied to the incident that took place on the 4th of July weekend in 2015. That's the same weekend Crystal was reported missing by her family. Now, this Joseph Nelson is the son of Joseph Lawson is the son of Stephen Lawson, who was just arrested not long ago.
I don't think he's all that old. He's 32. So back when this happened, he was like maybe 24 or 25. But he looks like he's affected by some substances, so he looks much older.
Yeah, he looks a whole lot older than that.
Yes, because when I saw this picture compared to Stephen Lawson's picture, and it was talking about that was father and son, this dude looks just about as old as his dad.
Yeah, it's sad.
All right, so August the 15th of 2023, the Kentucky State Police executed an arrest warrant for Lawson. He is arrested, and his attorney confirms that the charges are connected to Crystal's disappearance. September the 7th of 2023, Lawson makes his first court appearance from a hospital bed. His next court date is scheduled for October the 26th of 2023. September the 27th of 2023, the FBI in Louisville arrests Rogers' ex-boyfriend Brooks. He is charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence. His cash bond is set at $10 million, and his arraignment is set for October the 5th of 2023. And I take it his family was a 245-acre farm. So I take it his family must have money.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the reason for this $10 million bond.
When you get to when they mention the grand jury, remind me, I have something to say about that.
Okay. All right. So October the 5th of 2023, Brooks is arraigned. During the proceedings, the prosecution reveals that they believe that they are in possession of the firearm that was used to kill Tommy Ballard, which is Crystal's dad. October the 24th, 2023, attorneys for Houck attempted to get Judge Charles Sims removed from the case due to bias. The claims stem from comments that Judge Sims made in 2017 while presiding over a custody case involving Houck's girlfriend at the time. November 28th of 2023, the Kentucky Supreme Court rules that Judge Sims can remain on the bench for the Houck murder case. The court also upheld Houck's $10 million bond, which his defense team argued was oppressive and should be lowered. All right, so into December of this year, the FBI and the Kentucky State Police conduct a massive dig in Nelson County. The search was tied to at least one of 3 unsolved homicide cases in Bardstown. Now, they're saying that there's several unsolved homicide cases.
Yeah, I was looking at those today. I don't think any of them are associated with this, but you never know, right?
Right.
The one that I was interested in was the 2 women, but that one I believe happened in 2014.
I think that was the Netherlands.
What do you mean? It happened in the Netherlands?
No, I think that was their name.
Oh, yeah, it was a mom and a daughter.
Okay, see, I gotta get.
I think one was shot and
information.
one was K-Bard.
The K-bar?
K-Bard.
Back to the K-bar.
Instead of, stabbed.
Okay.
I'm writing notes
Right
down
in
as
my-
I'm going.
I understand.
All right, so the last thing that has been updated on this timeline as of right now is for December the 8th of this year. So a third man, Steve Lawson, is arrested and charged in the case. Now, Steve Lawson and his son Joseph both have the same charges. Both are charged with conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence.
Which means that it was planned, correct?
Sounds like it to me.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Okay, now what did you want to say about the grand jury?
I had expected that.
Okay, so nothing else on that.
Oh,
All
about
right.
the grand jury?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently some of Brooks' family testified at the grand jury, and they recorded the grand jury proceedings. So I don't know if they just recorded their part or what, because
I didn't know.
I imagine they did it to all of them get their story straight.
I know that his brother did. I did read that his brother Nick.
Yeah, it said, I imagine, but it said other family members.
Now,
I don't know if it was just one or
the grandmother. So their grandmother's like 80-something years old. Okay, she gets drug into this as well because poor thing, but she sounds very like she's a little spitfire too. She owned a white Buick. And there was a private investigator that got involved with this case and said that this white Buick became a piece of evidence in this case. And that on the night that the weekend that Crystal disappeared, there was a white Buick parked on their property at the farm.
Oh.
And apparently the investigator believes that this Buick was used to transport and hide a body.
Yeah, I believe that.
Like not long after Crystal goes missing, then the grandmother sells the Buick. Well,
it was grandma's car.
yes.
Yeah, she's like, I don't want to
grandma, you sold the car, you bad woman.
Yeah.
And so she ends up selling the car. Well, they want her to testify at the grand jury, and she's like, I'm not testifying at the grand jury.
She's
yeah, she's seems like she, like I said, like a little spitfire, but she said she refused to testify at the grand jury. And her attorney said that her statement to the police and the information that she gave on the people who bought the car from her was enough. Well, then the judge comes back and says, okay, well, from now on, her future proceedings that she has to do with this case will not be made public. And that just could be because she's an older lady. I don't know what the reason is. They didn't give it. I would suspect that could be a reason. But yeah, she basically just refused to testify before the grand jury.
Yep. She's like, oh, hell no, you ain't putting me in that car.
And
Nothing to do
like I
with my
said,
car.
I know that the brother did testify. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it said, I have to go back and see if I can find it. But like the day after he told, or like a day or two after he told the brother, told Brooks, uh, not to talk to police, is when they had the grand jury, and he had to testify at it, and then he ends up losing his job with the police department, and then that's when the brother becomes their main suspect.
That's not why he lost his job.
Well, he quit cooperating with police also.
Yeah, he had to be ordered to go in and talk to him, and he interfered in an investigation by telling his brother to leave.
Which I think he should have knew better, being that he worked for the
But
police
you would
department.
think,
Like, why are you calling and telling your brother
well,
to?
he was talking very loudly too on the phone. It's not
I
like
know. It
you
was like
couldn't
you
hear
weren't
him.
worried that they knew that they were talking to each other.
Yeah,
It was kind of weird.
it was very weird. Well, and then Brooks, he was like talking like, more than his brother was talking. He's like, his brother says a few words and he says, well, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. Just tell me. I'll do whatever you tell me to do right now. And it's like, that's not what they
Right,
do.
like you wanted the officer to know what was being spoken about.
Yeah. The whole thing was weird.
Yeah.
I'm catching up in chat real quick, y'all. All right. And if I have not said hi to you in chat, I do apologize, but thank you for joining us. Okay, I'm going through my notes too. So like I said, I basically had to write down all these people, like Crystal's mom, her dad, poor thing, y'all. I can't imagine what Crystal's mom has went through in this case, losing her daughter, and then the following year losing her husband.
Yeah.
I
I
admire her
can't
very much.
imagine what that would be like.
Yeah.
And trying to find out, because it's not just one of those instances where, okay, they just died and we go have a funeral and we bury them and we know what happened. This lady does not know what happened other than how her husband died. She doesn't know why or by who. I mean, I'm pretty sure she suspects why, because he was probably getting close to figuring out
Yeah, right.
what happened to Crystal.
Hmm.
But the thing is, like, she has not had a definite answer of, this is why this happened to your husband and this is the person who done it. And it happened in front of Crystal's oldest son, who witnessed his grandfather being shot, also at the same time losing his mom and not knowing what happened to her just the year before.
Did you cover in the beginning? I don't think I caught it. I was distracted for a minute. Why Crystal was most likely killed?
No, I did not.
Do you want me to say, or
Yeah, you can go ahead. Because I mean, like I said,
so?
you have followed this case from the very beginning, so you're going to know more of the logistics from the very
Right.
beginning.
So it appears that Crystal knew too much. So he had big business, a lot of rental properties. He's a big business owner. He was taking cash for rents and was not reporting it to the IRS. And she knew about that because she helped run the business. They were shutting her up.
So, do you think maybe that she had threatened him with that?
I have a feeling that she must have, or he found out that she knew more than what he wanted her to know. And yeah,
And that was the reason for it?
I think so. We'll find out for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's probably why.
Right, because he is actually due back in court on February the 8th for his pretrial conference. So it won't be long after that, I don't think, that his trial will be starting.
Yeah, now that's one trial I want to watch.
Oh yeah.
For sure. Because, I've heard about this case, and I think, Sally Mae, a while back, you told me, he was like, you need to get into the Crystal Rogers case. You need to start looking into it. And I was tied up with Idaho 4 that I didn't start looking into it until here recently when this third arrest was made. And just getting into it, it's very complicated to a point. There's a lot of people in it, um, but very interesting. And I want to see justice for Crystal and her dad Tommy and their entire family. And hopefully at some point in time they will find Crystal's remains, because those still have not been found either. And I think that if she's found and there's a conviction with this, I think then her family can begin to heal.
Well, I
That's-
think it's been long enough for them to be able to get a conviction without her body, but for her family, it would bring the ultimate justice to know where she's at.
Right, and get to give her a proper burial,
That's right.
and have a place that they can go to and visit with her at a cemetery or however they decide to do that. But at least at that point they would know, because if not, this mama and her kids, she has 5 kids. Her youngest is actually by Brooks, the one who is in jail for her murder.
Right.
But it, you know,
And
they
he's
need it.
10 now.
Yeah,
No, actually, he'd be older than
Or
that.
10 or 11.
I thought he was like 2 or 3 when
He was like almost
passed.
3, I think. And then
Okay, yeah, so
now,
he'd be
now
I did see an
years
article
later
saying he
is
was 10.
11.
10. Yeah,
10 or 11, yeah.
okay. Wow.
And they're fighting for custody for their grandson, too.
Well, she's been fighting for a long time because Brooks cut Crystal's mom off from him. And I would think that most likely somebody from Brooks' family has him. I don't know who the other kids stayed with. They're, a little bit older.
Right. Well,
So,
at the time that her dad was shot, the oldest one was 12.
right.
So
So
he
he'd
would
be
be
18 or
No, 20.
older than that, 20.
19, 20, somewhere around in there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's been 8 years.
Yeah. Well, 7 years since the dad, since his case started. But it's
Yeah.
just like this family has been through so much in a very short amount of time, and then it's been so long until someone's finally arrested.
But I'm sure that they would rather it have taken a while and the right people and the right. Okay, the reason I'm saying this is because I found out today that at the time they could only take 10 pieces of evidence and have it processed. They left everything else there. They took one fingerprint from the car because
Why?
because my understanding is that because due to a shortness of God, I don't remember, not availability, but shortness of funds and all of that, they had actually gone to trials, trials with like 10 pieces of evidence, even though there may be hundreds of pieces.
Oh, you
So,
mean like other cases that have been tried?
yeah. And so they were only at that time, I don't know about now, but at that time, they were only able to have 10 pieces of
Oh my
evidence
God.
tested.
What bullhecky is
Do
that?
you
Man?
know how dangerous in a case like this that is to leave additional evidence at the scene?
Well,
Yeah,
Because you
it
can
luckily,
was
only
disappeared, most likely.
her mom and dad put the car in a shed and left
Good,
it there. So
oh,
all of that stuff was still there.
good.
okay, that is good. Wow.
But yeah, I thought that's just absolutely ridiculous in my
Wow, that's not something I've ever heard before. That's just crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you go to a place like, let's just, for example, this new area
Wonder how
that
many
they just
people are
went to.
walking around because there wasn't enough evidence against them.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
And I will
Wow.
say the places where they were talking about that they had searched and they had found items of interest at the properties that Brooks owned, they actually found them up, if I'm not mistaken, under the driveways.
Oh, okay. So that one driveway that they tore up was not the only driveway that they tore up.
I think it was two or
Because I
three.
remember they found something, but they never said what they found. And in the chat, JC asked me, did I think it was possible that Crystal's body had been burned there on the farm, which begs the question, did they scatter her remains in these driveways when they poured them?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Hmm. That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting theory. I don't know.
I didn't think about that until I saw JC's question.
But that's a very sad thought, too, though,
Very much so.
if that's what they did. I don't know. I mean, there in this timeline where I read a minute ago that they think that they have um, the gun that was used on Crystal's dad. I do have an article that I'm going to read about that in just a second. I'm trying to go in order as they have released stuff like the last few days as we're talking about this, but I do have another article that I want to pull up here real quick. All right. And y'all just have to let me know.
JC, who's Annie?
See, I know that one thing was Annie mentioned. Oh, is she talking about Annie Elise?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of her.
And y'all, before I forget and get into this article, um, I'm pretty sure everybody's heard about the storms that went through today. I know that Tennessee got hit really hard with multiple tornadoes, and I have heard that in a couple of different places, I believe one is Hendersonville and one is North Nashville. There has been a couple of deaths and a lot of injuries. Hey, HT, how are you? There's a lot of destruction. A lot of people have lost their homes up there. And I believe the storms, when I looked last, were moving into Kentucky. So just please pray for everybody that's in Tennessee and that's been affected by all these tornadoes and these storms.
Really, yeah.
It was supposed to do bad here, and thank God it didn't. We didn't get any wind or anything. We got hail for like 5 minutes, and then it's kind of like moved out. But just everybody else, just pray for them, because the pictures and the videos that I've seen of the destruction in Tennessee this close to Christmas, y'all, it's devastating. Yeah, Big Al, I've seen a lot of them. It's like my news feed on Twitter earlier was just everything going on in Tennessee. It's horrible up there right now. And they've got schools that are opening up for shelters. There was like a couple of different places that they've already got in place for shelters for people who lost their homes. Okay. So this article came out on the 7th of December. And like I said, there's like a couple of different articles. I'm just trying to go in orders. They've been released over the last couple of days regarding this case because I think before Brooks was arrested and before this Joseph Lawson guy was arrested in August, there wasn't anything else about this case before then, was it?
Not much.
Evidence-wise, or people being arrested.
Or no, just like anything to do because I know Joseph was arrested first, but
Right.
before his arrest, there really wasn't anything.
I hadn't heard anything about him, so they kept things quiet until the arrest.
Until here recently.
Yeah.
So it basically
I
went
knew
several years with nothing.
I knew about the digging up of the driveway and that.
And what it seems like is that once FBI took over, that's when it kind of seems like stuff has started
Absolutely.
picking up and there's movement now in the case. So since they're on it, hopefully, they'll start finding what they need and these, Brooks trial will get started soon. Stephen Lawson's not supposed to be back in court, and that'll be for his arraignment on December the 21st of this year. And then his son will be back in court. Let's see, January the 5th is when he's due back in court. So we got 3 court dates coming up. Hopefully a trial after February for Brooks. And at that point, maybe we can get a little bit more information on what happened to Crystal.
Yeah.
And then hopefully here soon, there will be some news that there's an arrest in the murder of her dad. Which
Yes.
I will get, and y'all see why I'm saying that in just a second when I get to that article. But this one here just says the FBI and KSP evacuated Nelson County property, possibly looking for Crystal Rogers' body.
That was today, wasn't it?
This came out on the 7th of December,
okay.
So 2 days
Couple days ago.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to zoom in on this one, y'all, just so I can see it a little bit better. Okay, can y'all see that okay? Or do I need to go a little bit bigger with it?
A little bit bigger wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. So the FBI searched a property in Nelson County, possibly associated with the disappearance and murder of Crystal Rogers. Hardin County Commonwealth's attorney Shane Young, who was designated the special prosecutor in the Rogers case, confirmed with news outlets that the search was associated with the murder case from Nelson County. Young, though, did not reveal which case. Now, there are several open murder investigations in Nelson County, but none other than the Rogers case involves a missing person. Cox Creek resident told Wave.com that FBI agents and Kentucky State Police arrived on a property on Thompson Road Monday morning. There were also several pieces of large equipment, including a backhoe at the scene. Dirt was dug up and transported from the location in a truck. So more than likely, they're going to take that dirt to another location and they're going to very methodically sift through it. And I'm sure there are ways that they can test the dirt to see if anything can be found.
They gave a name of whose property that was. What was it?
I thought for some reason that this was Brooks' family's farm. I don't know why.
It might be somebody in his family, but it had a different name other than Houck.
Than Houck. I don't know why I was thinking it was on their family farm.
No.
I'll have to go back and see if I can.
I'll go look.
Okay. Okay. All right. So Teal Ballard, Crystal Rogers' grandfather, told Wave.com that he had heard that officers were looking for Rogers' remains. Rogers, 35, a mother of 5, disappeared on July the 3rd, 2015. Her vehicle was found on the Bluegrass Parkway in Nelson County with her personal belongings inside. Roger's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, Brooks Houck, 41, was arrested in September following his indictment by the Nelson County Grand Jury for murder and tampering with physical evidence. The indictment states that Houck, the father of one of Roger's children, acting alone or in complicity with another, committed the offense of murder by intentionally or under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, wantingly causing the death of Crystal Rogers. In early September, Joseph Lawrence, 32, of Williamsburg, was charged in the Rogers case with conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. So that would have been Joseph Lawson. I don't know why, and I think I said Lawrence again. I don't know why I keep saying Lawrence instead of Lawson. Before digging it up, they should have removed the backhoe and had a cadaver dog come in.
Yeah, it doesn't say. It just says Nelson County.
Okay, have either one of you heard if they've had cadaver dogs at any of these searches?
Yeah, they have.
Okay, because Honey was saying before digging it up, they should have removed the backhoe and had the cadaver dog come in.
Now, the recent ones, I don't know, but I know her family.
Well, if it was
had them all the
FBI.
time.
Sorry, go ahead, Lady D.
I was just saying, I don't know about now. I would imagine so, but I know in the past the family had cadaver dogs on it, and they kept hitting on the same areas.
Oh, really? Hmm.
But they haven't been able to find anything. Actually, even in this, is it a pond or a lake, Sally, that the dogs kept hitting on there too, but they haven't found her remains in there. But it's so, like, it's really muddy. Like the bottom is almost like if you were to stick your hand in clay.
Is that Brooks' property?
That's the one where her father's sister, the car was found in. That's that same one. And where it
car
was
found in the pond?
And yeah, where his sister's car was found, and her car was found in the water there with her purse. And then Crystal's car was found not very far from that lake.
Oh, so Crystal's purse was in that pond, in that car.
Okay, wait. Whose car was in the pond?
Okay. You remember her father, Tommy?
Yeah.
His sister in 1979 had been unalived. They found
I thought that was
in the lake.
I thought that was the mama's sister.
It might no, because her name was the same as his wife's.
Oh, okay.
So her car was found in that lake with her purse. Okay. She was found someplace else. She had been shot.
Oh.
It was in 79, I believe. Well, Crystal's car was found very close to that lake. So that lake they had been searching to see, because not her husband, Brooks, one day they were at Walmart and they saw Tommy's other sister, and he said, "So I heard your sister was, unalived and wanted to know every little bitty detail." And
yeah, I remember hearing about that.
So they didn't know if maybe it might be relevant that Crystal's car was found so closely to that lake.
That could be.
Okay, Turquoise Kitten wants to know, have y'all talked about the recorder found in the mom's jacket? Do y'all know anything about a recorder?
What?
A recorder?
No. I don't remember hearing that.
I didn't come across anything about a recorder either.
Maybe she was recording.
It wouldn't surprise me
that she was going to report on that.
It wouldn't surprise me if her mom didn't record Brooks.
Oh, that's interesting.
That I don't remember.
Are you saying that, Turquoise? Are you saying that it was in Crystal's jacket or Crystal's mom's jacket?
Okay, and then Honey says, let me pull her thing up here. So here's the thing with cadaver dogs. Even if they dug up and moved the body parts, the dog could still smell that a body part had been rotting in that soil. You can then get samples of the soil to test.
Yeah, that's true.
Hopefully, for whatever reason, wherever this recent property was that they went and used this backhoe on and got dirt, there must have been something that they have come across that took them to that area, and maybe they'll find something in the dirt because they took it and hauled it away in trucks. Maybe they can, find some more clues in it.
Can I ask Turquoise a question?
Sure.
Are you talking about the recorder or recorders that taped part of the grand jury proceedings?
She's saying in the mom's jacket, so I wonder if she's talking
So
about
you're talking about
Crystal.
Grandma, Brooks' mom.
No, I think she's talking
So it
about
was his
Crystal's
family
mom.
that did it.
What?
His family were the ones that recorded the grand jury hearing.
And they didn't get in trouble for it, did they?
Nope.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's interesting too, because I hadn't heard that until you had mentioned it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Crystal's mom, just in case, because I think there is a couple of different articles where her name has come up, but Crystal's mom's name is Sherry.
Right.
Sherry Ballard is her name. Tommy Ballard is her dad.
Brooks had his crew set up with recorders to use during grand jury meetings. Oh, so it was his crew members, not the family.
And thank you for that, Scarlett, because Tommy's sister that had been unalived back in 79, I believe it is, her name was Sherry also.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so her name would have been Sherry Ballard as
Right.
well.
Right.
Okay.
So it was the workers.
And I believe she was pregnant at the time.
Oh.
And they found her, but it's never been solved.
So that's another unsolved murder case in Nelson County.
Right.
Wow.
And with the gun.
That's crazy.
Wonder how far back some of these families go.
I don't know.
I know in the one, I have another one that I'm fixing to pull up that's talking about the third arrest, but the one that I have that's talking about the gun that they believe that they have that was used in Crystal's dad's murder. Crystal's, I believe it's Tommy's sister was also, there's a sister that's mentioned in that article as well, and I believe she actually spoke to one of the news media outlets up there.
Okay,
Hey, Tina
and
Marie.
Turquoise is also saying that James Ellis was one that.
Oh, Jason Ellis.
Jason Ellis, yeah. He's the one that was killed, and he was an officer. And I believe that he worked with Brooks' brother.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay, I think it said he was murdered in 2013.
No, he was murdered after.
It was after, yeah.
Okay.
I think, what was it, 2019?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what. Yeah, there's so many dates because it goes, it jumps back and forth, and like this case, there's a lot of moving parts to this case.
Scarlett, would you like to address Sun Liberty or whatever they want
Let
to
me know if you want him to stay or go. I'll get back to you.
Okay, so first of all, Sally Mae did not put you in timeout. I did. Why are you poking fun at people in chat?
Because he's a troll.
Okay. Well,
Because Trevor had to delete a comment also.
yeah, and I deleted one about did
Right.
Oprah come in and hand out wrenches. I
Right.
deleted your comment. I put you in timeout. I am now going to hide you. So you are now blocked.
Hi.
Bye
Okay.
bye.
So now let me get to this next article that I have. And this is regarding the third person who has been arrested. So these are all three of the guys. This is Joseph Lawson right here. This is Brooks in the middle, and then this is Joseph's dad, Stephen. Or in a lot of articles, he's been called Steve. So, like I said, the son looks as old, if not older, than the dad does.
Yeah, he really does.
Hey, G, how are you? Maymay, how are you? All right.
Wait a
So,
minute. So hold on just a second. Who was arrested? The third one. Was it
this one, yes,
what's
Stephen
his
Lawson.
Stephen Lawson?
Yeah, that's the dad. So it was Joseph first, then Brooks, and then Stephen.
Yeah, I hadn't caught up to that. I was trying to get myself thinking about it again. I hadn't got to that part yet.
Y'all, I had papers flying today trying to write down all this
I
information.
bet you did.
and trying
Did you get a
to.
notebook full today?
I got about 7 pages full because
Hmm.
I basically, what I like to do with cases is write down the timeline and everybody involved and who they, like with Crystal's case, you know, her mom, her dad, all these different names. I like to have all that at the very beginning of my notes. That way I know exactly where they are if I need to go back to them for whatever
Right.
reason. And then I wrote down like everybody that was arrested, their charges, their upcoming court dates. I even got their attorneys' names. Uh, what else did I get? And then I just kind of I went to Wikipedia and just kind of started writing down what they were saying about what happened with Crystal and kind of like a small type timeline. And then I found the timeline that I had just went over. I actually found it today.
If
And
anybody would like to help Scarlett with her paper and office supply addiction, post-it notes and such, I put the wish Amazon wish list in the chat.
Oh my word.
you know, people have a lot of different
I'm gonna mute
addictions.
for a moment, Scarlett.
Okay, no problem. A lot of people
That's a
have
good addiction, though.
yeah, mine is paper and
Yeah.
pens. Like,
And post-it notes.
yes. And, well, I mean, the post-it notes come in handy because I can be scrolling through something looking for something on a case that I'm going over, and I may come across somebody else who's missing. And
Well,
I can just jot their name down on my little post-it notes.
yeah, or you might run across a piece of evidence that goes on a page that you don't have room anymore.
Right.
I do.
Okay, so Maymay said these men. Hold on, I gotta. Oh shoot, I gotta pull it up here. That way I don't lose it. So these men who picked off Crystal, then the father who was identifying the husband, then Jason the cop who was investigating the case, couldn't have made them more obvious if they tried. I think honestly, it's gonna all come down to it's gonna be the same small group of people who's involved in all of these.
Yeah, I think so too.
And the mother and daughter, you never know what if their cases. And y'all said their cases was in 2013. That's where I was getting that Officer Ellis was murdered in 2013. Okay, so their case, just because it happened in 2013, it still could be related in some shape or form to
Well,
these
they're
people.
wondering if there's like any narcotics or anything like that that these people are involved in that maybe people found out about.
Mhm. I mean, you've got a brother who works for the police department in that town. He's also in a family who has a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So you have there are ways that this family can get stuff covered up.
Oh, absolutely.
So honestly, if it comes back in this mother and daughter, which hopefully they can get their case solved too, it wouldn't surprise me if it came back and had something to do with this Houck family.
Oh,
Not
not at all.
not saying
There's
that
a
it
lot of people
does.
connecting those
Yeah.
probably with it. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go over this. Hey D Smith, how are you? Thistle, how are you? Let's see. I was just going through all of my scrapbooking stuff because I'm doing a Christmas chain with some kiddos, lots of paper stickers and stuff. Thistle, like it's a very it's a very addicting thing.
Yeah, I have notebook fetishes and pen fetishes and
You
post
you
fetishes.
you can never have enough paper.
No,
Honestly.
not at all.
All right, so this one is just like I said, basically talking about the third arrest in the case. So it says investigators have made a third arrest in the connection to the death of Crystal Rogers. Rogers, the missing mother of five from Bardstown, was last seen alive 4th of July weekend in 2015. Now police are linking a third man to her death, citing an incident that on that same weekend. So court records show Stephen Lawson had been indicted on 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The charges stem from an incident over the 4th of July weekend in 2015 when investigators say that he acting alone or with others, mutilated, concealed, or destroyed physical evidence and aided a person in the planning or commission of a crime causing the death of another person. This is the dude, Stephen Lawson, who was the third to get arrested. So WHAS 11 has since learned that Stephen has a son named Joseph Lawson. That being said, WHAS 11 cannot confirm if he is the same man who was arrested. A Kentucky State Police detective executed a warrant on 32-year-old Joseph Lawson in August of 2023, 2 months after a grand jury indicted him on 2 charges. Both Stephen Lawson and Joseph Lawson are facing the same charges. Stephen Lawson is currently incarcerated in Indiana. His Nelson County arraignment has been scheduled for December the 22nd. I'm still trying to find out if that's going to be something that we can watch. I kind of went to a couple of websites within the Kentucky judicial system trying to figure out if and where uh, they stream these. So hopefully I'll be able to find it. If not, it should be made available to the media afterwards, and then can go back and watch it there.
Well, if it's to be found, I know you will find it.
Oh yeah, I'll eventually find it.
You know what I thought? Okay, I can't help it. I'm sorry.
No,
I just thought it was kind of cool that the detective's name was Jon Snow.
Why?
You didn't watch oh no, it went right out of my head. Never mind. I love the show. It's on HBO. Oh, come on, guys. What's the name of that?
Game of Thrones?
Yes, that's it.
Oh, I don't. I've never watched that.
Every time I hear the name Jon Snow, I hear, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." This girl, she is always telling him he knew nothing.
You know nothing.
Yeah, she's got an Irish accent. I can't do an Irish accent.
I would have never known that because I've never watched Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Okay, so it's saying who are the Lawsons? So Stephen Lawson was mentioned in one of the very first police interviews between Nelson County Detective Jon Snow and the main suspect in Rogers' disappearance, Brooks Houck. The interrogation took place inside the Nelson County Sheriff's Department. The detective had asked who was on the other end of the line during a late night phone call on the night Rogers disappeared. So Detective Snow says, "Who's Steve Lawson?" Houck says, "Steve Lawson works for me." Because remember, Brooks owns all these rental properties.
Right.
So Houck told the detective that he couldn't remember why Stephen had called him so late. And then he picked up his phone and called him from inside the interrogation room. So this is what Houck says when he calls Steve Lawson. So the other night you called me really, really late. I can't remember what you were calling me about. Stephen Lawson told Houck that he had called him with a question about rental properties, which Houck replied he had to ask Crystal and would call her to ask and would call him back. Detective Snow had to think about that answer and followed up with another question regarding an earlier statement that Houck had made. So Detective Snow says, so that begs the question in my mind. If she's in the truck next to you when she called, why would you need to call her?
Right. And
When
Brooks'
he
whole
called,
thing was to set up what they talked about so that when they looked at his phone, there'd be a reason why they were talking
Right.
and why they each had occasion to talk to each other.
And yeah, I think right here where it says if she was in the truck next to you when she called, I think that was a typo. It should have been when he called.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I read that the first time I was like, that don't make no sense.
No, it didn't.
So Brooks Houck, Roger's former boyfriend, has also been arrested in the case. Houck is charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence, according to the court documents. His bond is set at $10 million cash. He is also ordered to not have any contact with Roger's family. So Rogers disappeared on July the 3rd, 2015. Her father, Tommy Ballard, later found her car along the Bluegrass Parkway. Inside, he found her keys, cell phone, and purse. Rogers has been presumed deceased since October 2015. The three upcoming court dates in this case: Steve Lawson is suspected in court on December the 21st. Joseph Lawson's next court date is January the 5th. And then Brooks Houck is scheduled to be in court on February the 8th. So,
I think they got a
hopefully,
long road ahead of them.
I believe so. Hopefully, though, they will find
There's so
something.
many moving parts in this thing. It's crazy.
Right. Okay, y'all, hold on. I need to mute for just 1 second.
Where are you lost, Thistle? It's very easy to get lost. Yes, they did get married in real life. Her name's Rose.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, whose name is Rose?
Oh, Ruck was just saying that those two, Jon Snow and the girl that he ends up being with in Game of Thrones, got married in real life. I said, yeah, her name is Rose.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me get.
KK thinks that's pretty funny.
Okay. May and Thistle are lost. So
Okay,
that
about what?
was her former boyfriend, it said. So her ex and ex-hubby got together to kill. No, just her ex-boyfriend, not her ex-hubby.
Yeah, her and Brooks, the guy who is in jail right now for her murder, they were together and living together whenever she went missing. And they're just saying that he is her former boyfriend, but he was her boyfriend at the time that she went missing.
Yeah, they had some rough patches back and forth between them.
And May, you're fine.
It's good to ask
it
questions.
is crazy, May. It's hard to keep track of for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot of information.
That's why I have to write everybody's name down just so I can keep up with everybody in different cases.
Well, that's why I had to
read. I'm doing good if I can remember my own name. It's true. Not too many marbles left in there.
That is true. There's lots involved. And if you think about it, you have Crystal's case with Brooks, Joseph, and Stephen. Okay. Then you've got the grandma who's been drugged into it because of her car. Then you've got Brooks's brother Nick, who's been brought into it because of him telling Brooks not to talk to the police and all this and that. All right. So that's one case. That's Crystal's case. Then, and Pepper, Brooks is the father of her youngest child. Then you've got another case within
Oh, Al
with
doesn't have marbles either.
with all these same group of individuals, because you've got Crystal's dad's case of where he was shot. So, and I'll get into the gun issue in a minute, and it'll make a little bit more sense of why Brooks and mostly his brother Nick is, I guess you could say, more involved in Crystal's dad's case.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, because no one has been arrested yet.
And allegedly, Sally believes that allegedly Nick will be arrested next.
Oh, I do too.
I fully believe that he will.
Yeah, because they found, my understanding is they allegedly found bodily DNA and stuff in was it his truck, Sally?
Which one's truck, Nick?
Nick.
Oh yeah, it was his.
Or was it his cruiser?
It was his cruiser in the trunk.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. They haven't came back and said who it belongs to?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so see, I've got to add more to my notes.
Those posts come in
Folks,
handy.
get on that wish list and order some of them 5-inch binders.
You're gonna need about 20.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was his patrol car.
Yes.
This man.
And he can't say it was somebody else because there was only one other person that drove that patrol car.
Okay, so when
And that
was the
was
CNA?
before.
Will be.
Okay, so there
glad
was
you're here,
only
bud.
one other officer that drove that patrol car, okay?
Uh-huh.
And when he left, Nick got it. And Nick drove it home and everything else. So he was the only one that drove that patrol car.
Love you, Will be.
Okay, so when the DNA was found in the trunk, was that after they fired him, or was it while he was still?
That they had questioned him about that whenever he went in for his interview.
Yeah, they were talking about it in the interview. They were asking him questions about it, like would there be any reason that there would be any kind of blood in your trunk? What are your normal duties? Where do you keep everything? Like, do you keep your rescue kit in the trunk or in the car?
Why is there a
reason that
back there that matches like
bodily fluids there, so on and so forth?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Hey, boss lady, how are you?
Hey, boss lady.
That is very interesting, y'all.
It is.
Yeah, I see that I have more notes that I need to get started on.
Don't be staying up all night now.
This little Nick dude, y'all.
You heard me.
I don't like him.
I heard you, Sally Mae.
Yeah. Nick is quite the shady dude.
Yeah, he seems a little shady. Is he older than Brooks?
He looks a little older to me.
I thought he was younger, but I could
maybe. I don't know.
I haven't seen his age anywhere, but I'm getting like these vibes of Big Brother Nick is trying to protect Little Brother Brooks.
It could be
possible.
But the thing of it is that both of them are, oh God, sometimes you can't believe a police officer could be that ridiculously ignorant about things. Yeah, because he's,
May, you are very welcome. Okay.
I
Let-
mean, he's good. He knows they can find out that stuff in his car. Why?
No,
Why
Nick is
do
not
that?
a cop
No, he ended
now.
up losing his job.
He got fired.
He stopped cooperating with police and he got fired, and his brother became their main suspect.
Yeah, and one of the reasons he got fired was because he impeded in a investigation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy though, how
I'm
he just
surprised
calls
he
his
didn't get
brother
arrested for it.
just like in the middle of the interview, and it's just like, hey, dude, don't talk to any police.
I think they had it planned.
Could be.
I mean, it seems like he would have told him to begin with, like before Brooks goes in and talks to the police. Hey, if I was you, just advice.
No, because
Don't.
then Brooks might end up looking guilty. Whereas, a brother calls him, say, "Hey, dude, this guy, he's trying to set you up and all of this business. It looks more innocent." So they
Yeah,
thought.
I could.
So they thought.
But
Okay,
if that's
Summer,
what
I'll
they
come
thought,
find you.
if that's what they thought, then
They're
it kind of
ignorant.
backfired on them.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
And they say, "Nick, do you want to come in and answer some questions?" He's like, "No." And his boss goes, "Oh, yes, you will."
And I still can't get over grandma though. And I kind of, y'all, honestly, I kind of feel bad for the grandma. Big Al, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. I kind of feel bad for the grandma, especially if she didn't have anything to do with it or know what was going on with her vehicle, and they drug her into this. But at the same time, she is like refusing. Like, who refuses to go and testify in front of a grand jury?
Yeah.
She just straight
An
up
ornery
refused.
old woman.
She was like, not doing it. So, and her attorney was like, hey, what her statement she gave and the information on the people who bought the car, that's enough.
Yeah.
So, and apparently the judge, like I said, had agreed with it, because the judge should come out and say that from now on, any further proceedings regarding the grandmother would not be made public. So,
And not illegal to sell your vehicle.
right.
They're protecting her. She's a town
Oh,
lady.
yeah, definitely.
With money.
Yep.
I believe that.
I actually think that was part of the problem with the investigation until the FBI took over.
Yeah, I do too.
Was the probably the
Step-
people that they stand in with in that town.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is the lady who refused to testify a different person than the mom with the recorder?
What was the question?
Is the lady, so Pepper asked, is the lady who refused to testify a different person than the mom with the recorder? So the lady who refused to testify at the grand jury was Brooks and Nick's grandmother.
Who recorded?
Would
I
that have
hadn't
been?
heard that she recorded
Was
it.
it their mother or grandmother, Sally Mae?
I thought that from what I had heard over time was that it was someone in the family that recorded. But who was it in the chat? Somebody earlier, somebody cat said that it was actually Brooks' workers that did it.
Yeah, his crew that did it.
Pepper, there's only one granny. She's the one with the Buick, and that's Brooks and Nick's grandmother.
Yes.
Yeah, Brooks, the people that worked for Brooks testified at the grand jury, and they're the ones that recorded, is what the person in chat said. I thought it was the family.
We'll have to go and see if we can find that information to see.
Yeah, I think I read it the other day, so I'll have to go back and check.
All right. Okay, so this article is there was solicitation. Attorney drops bombshell allegations in the Crystal Rogers case. And this is the attorney for Stephen Lawson, the third man who was arrested in the case. All right, and I may have to, let me zoom in on this a little bit for y'all. I hate how it's got that little previous thing over there, and it's going to be in my way there. I'll make it work. Okay, so the attorney representing the third man charged for his alleged involvement in Crystal Rogers' death claims someone tried to hire a person to kill Rogers. In July of 2015, Brooks Houck, Rogers' former boyfriend, who has since been charged in her murder, called Steve Lawson during a police interrogation after her disappearance. I just want to tell you that I'm sorry about everything that's going on in your life, brother, and I've got you in my prayers, Lawson could be heard saying. Police said that the two talked the night after Rogers disappeared during that 4th of July weekend. Do you remember the night that you called me really, really late? I forgot what you had asked me about. Houck responds during the phone call, Can you remember what you had asked me or what you were after? I can't remember. So basically the same thing that we had just talked about in the other article that was discussed over the phone during Brooks's interrogation.
Right.
So Lawson said, I sure can. I asked you for numbers for the house. Oh, for the rental house, Houck said. Houck owns several properties. During the police interrogation, Houck was asked about Lawson, and he said that he was someone that worked for him. According to court records, until Friday, Lawson was indicted by a Nelson County grand jury in May for tampering with evidence. On December the 6th, he was indicted on a charge for conspiracy to commit murder.
Yep,
The
Kelly,
December-
you're right.
The December 6th indictment claims that Lawson agreed to aid one or more persons in the planning or commission of the death of another and then destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence on July the 3rd or July the 4th, 2015, when Rogers disappeared. He knows nothing about her death. He's made the statement over and over to the police, in my presence and outside of my presence, that he would never harm Crystal. He didn't harm Crystal, and he knows nothing of her murder or her disappearance. Theodore Levitt, who is representing Lawson, told WDRB News in an interview Friday evening. Levitt said his client has been questioned by investigators more than a dozen times this year. Lawson did part-time construction work for Houck at the time Rogers disappeared. He's also the father of Joseph Lawson. In September, Joseph Lawson was charged with criminal conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence in connection with Rogers' death. Joseph Lawson drove Crystal's vehicle west on the Bluegrass Parkway to, I believe it was mile marker 14 or 16, where he had a flat tire. It was actually mile marker 14 on the parkway. It's the first on-the-record account of how Rogers' car ended up abandoned on the highway after her disappearance, but it's not the only bombshell that Steve Lawson's attorney brought to light on Friday. There likely is, from my knowledge of the case, evidence that there was solicitation. To translate, Levitt claims that someone tried to hire a person to murder Rogers. In my judgment, the Commonwealth is going to make a heavy effort to prove that, he said. Kevin Coleman, Joseph Lawson's attorney, did not respond to a phone call asking for comment. Prosecutors and attorneys for Houck declined to comment. Houck, the primary suspect in the disappearance of Rogers, was arrested September the 27th after being charged with complicity to murder and tampering with physical evidence. He was the last person seen with Rogers, his former girlfriend and mother of his 10-year-old son. He has pleaded not guilty and remains in jail on a $10 million bond. The latest charges in the Rogers case coincides with the new search this week by FBI. Prosecutors could only say that the search was in connection to one of 3 unsolved Bardstown cases: Rogers' death, the murder of her father, Tommy Ballard, or Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis. After years of mystery, movement in the case now brings hope for closure. Not a day goes by that we don't talk about it, and don't think about it. Rogers' grandfather, Till Ballard, said earlier this week, "It's just not knowing where Crystal is." And that I can't imagine a family member missing and having no clue where they're at.
Yeah, I can't either. That would be horrible.
especially after all these years.
Yeah.
So Steve Lawson's bond has been set at $500,000 cash, and he is scheduled to be arraigned on December the 21st. So his attorney is dropping some heavy allegations because it was never put out there how Crystal's car got to mile marker 14 on the Bluegrass Parkway.
Right. And they said that her purse, her phone, everything was in there. And she had a flat tire, but they said that wouldn't have stopped her because before Crystal had a flat tire and she just kept going. She wore it off all the way down to the rim because she did not want to be stuck on a side road.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was just catching up in chat. I don't know. That could be, like I said, the attorney, Stephen Lawson's attorney, basically ratted out Stephen Lawson's son, Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to get his guy off.
Yep. All right. Let me grab this last article. And this one has more to do with Brooks's brother, Nick, and Crystal's dad's case. And y'all understand why we're saying we hope here soon there's an arrest in this case. It honestly, that's what I'm going to be watching for.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the gun right now?
Yes. Was there something else you needed to add?
No, I walked back into the room.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It would be amazing, y'all, honestly, to open up the computer one day, look into this case, and boom, there's an arrest in her dad's case.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, so brother of Brooks Houck reportedly sold the gun used to kill Crystal Rogers' father. So state prosecutors are in possession, and if y'all remember, this was on the timeline when Brooks was arrested and went, I believe, was it for his arraignment? I have to go back and look at the timeline. But anyway, they had said that they believed that they were in possession of that gun. All right, so they believe that they're in possession of the rifle believed to have been used in the killing of Tommy Ballard, Crystal Rogers' father, according to prosecutor Shane Young. The update in Ballard's case, it came out during Brooks Houck's arraignment Thursday. Houck is charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence in connection to Rogers' death and disappearance. Young said prosecutors are waiting for further test results to come back on the firearm. The rifle was owned by Nick Houck, Brooks' brother. Testing has already matched the rifle to 4 out of 5 criteria, proving that the firearm was the one used to kill Ballard, Young said. So if they can just get that one more that comes back as confirmed, then all 5 of the criteria that they have to meet, then it will prove that this rifle that they have in their possession now is the one who murdered her dad.
And a blonde in it.
Yes, belonged to Crystal's boyfriend's brother.
Right.
Who, at the time of her disappearance, was a police officer who told his brother, don't talk to police, who stopped cooperating with, it's 2 different cases, but they're, at the same time, they're intertwined together.
Yep.
And it wouldn't surprise me if
Aunt
Nick...
Jason Ellis.
What is it?
Aunt Jason Ellis.
Right. Because it wouldn't surprise me if Nick ends up getting some type of charge in Crystal's case as well.
Yep, me too. I'm not going to be surprised.
Oh, I think he will.
I don't know. Nick just seems like
A douche.
Yeah.
Very, very, very shady. Okay, so Nick Houck sold the firearm under a different name, Young said. So if he's not hiding anything, why sell it under a different name?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's unknown when Houck reportedly bought the rifle, who he sold it to, or what name he sold it under. I'm curious to know how they come about getting it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I thought, how did they ever come up with it?
If they don't know, unless it's just the news saying they don't know that information,
I think so.
because I kind of read that two different ways. Is that law enforcement saying they don't know that information, or is that just this Yahoo News?
They would have to
Because
get a hold of the guy.
yeah, because I was wondering, like, okay, when I first read it, like, if law enforcement don't know this, like, how did they get this? And yeah, so I think
Right,
it's the news
exactly.
that is saying that they don't have that information,
Yeah.
and it's unknown at this time. But in court on Thursday, Brooks Houck's attorney, Brian Butler, said allegations involving Nick Houck had nothing to do with his client's case. I wonder how he's going to look if something comes up and Nick was involved with Brooks and Crystal's case.
He's going to look like a dumbass.
So, Ballard, 54, was shot by an unknown assailant in November of 2016 while preparing for a hunting trip with his 12-year-old grandson on family property next to the Bluegrass Parkway. Ballard was hit in the chest and died instantly, according to his FBI homicide victim profile. Ballard was the father of Rogers and spouse to Sherry Ballard. He created the Facebook page Team Crystal. It's the first time Ballard's case has ever been publicly connected to Rogers' case. Teal and Teresa Ballard, Tommy Ballard's sister, said that they feel good about the proceedings and that justice will be served. Teal said Young wasn't supposed to bring up the evidence about the firearm, but he's glad that he did. Shane made the statement that we will need just one more test to prove that it is Nick Houck's gun, said Teal Ballard following the hearing. Tommy was getting too close, and they knew that he wasn't going to give up and he wasn't going to stop, and that is the reason they had to get rid of him. Nick Houck is a former Bardstown police officer who was fired for interfering with the investigation. The Kentucky Standard reported Nick Houck allegedly called his brother when he knew that he was being questioned by a Nelson County sheriff's deputy in the missing person case. That's his only known previous connection to the case. There is going to be more arrests, I promise you, Teal Ballard said. I honestly can't wait. Okay, so that was all of it. This right here is this Shane Young guy who was brought in from Hardin County to prosecute the cases. I honestly can't wait till there's an arrest made in her dad's case. It would be nice for the family, for Crystal's family, to have both of these cases solved.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I know it may be, I've said this before, it may be a long shot at finding her remains, but that would be the topping of it all, is to be able to find her and give her that proper burial. I feel so bad. This family, y'all, this lady, and I think you were the one telling me how strong Crystal's mom is.
Oh, yeah.
In the fights that she's had.
I just remember all of her interviews over the years. She never waned in her courage and steadfastness towards getting justice for Crystal and her dad.
Yeah, because you got to be a strong person to be able to deal with what she went through in the short amount of time of basically 2 deaths. Still not knowing where your child is, having to probably, and y'all said y'all didn't know about where the kids were at.
No, I don't know. I would imagine that her son by Brooks is probably with his family since he had custody of him all these years. But the other kids, I would imagine, they're with
them. So
Crystal's family or their dads, because they had different dads. So I don't know how many of them have the same dad.
I feel bad for the kids.
Yeah,
the mom, too. Sherry, the mom is just, it's a crazy case with the twist of another case and possibly another case if this officer Jason Ellis case had something to do with it as well.
Yeah.
It's like 3 cases
It's
tied up
just
into one.
the 2 shootings are too much alike to not be connected.
I mean,
Getting shot from a distance with a long rifle.
mhm. I mean, what are the odds of this coming back and saying that this same rifle that they're in possession of now, that 4 out of 5 criterias have already been met to prove that this is a gun that was used on her dad? What if it comes back to be the same one used on this Jason Ellis guy?
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And then, that way his family can get justice.
Exactly.
Because, it's not just Crystal's family and the family of Tommy Ballard. It's also this Officer Ellis's family as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, just ignore Scarlet with her robot. Oh, this'll, yeah, I got you. Pepper, you're fine. The officer was getting too close for comfort. I am sure it's the same gun for both, in my opinion. Honey, honestly, it would be nice if it was. If they were able to prove 1000% that this one firearm was involved in both of those, it belonged to the brother. Now, does that prove that the brother is the one that did it? It don't. But it shows that the brother had something.
When that much lines up, it's the same for the Long Island serial killer. So I thought for years that Shannon was murdered, even though the police tried to say she wasn't, because it looked too much the same. And I knew about that particular house that she had been at. It had been said by people that live in that area that it was a party house, sex house, what have you, and that all the men, like political, police officers, this, that, would hang out there. And I just had a feeling that what's his name, Rex, was part of that group and that he probably killed her. And now it turns out that most likely he did because she knew him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. Let me read this email real quick. Okay, so Teresa, I'm not going to read the email out loud, but this is. Okay, yeah, never mind. I see it's a different case. Teresa, can you send me more information on it? Like if there's anything else that you have other than what you put in this email, just anything, and I'll see what I can find on it. If you have pictures or anything like that. Okay, I'm sorry. She was telling me about another case. I don't know. I'm glad that I finally looked into Crystal's case.
Yes.
I should have did it months ago whenever you told me to.
Did you ever go listen to Cece?
To who?
Cece Warner?
No.
Girl.
Sorry. Okay, Teresa, thank you. Yeah, any information that you have in the sister's name and a way I can get in touch with her, like through social media or anything like that, just let me know. That would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I remember you telling me because she was working on a case that had to do with your friend, right? Is that right, Sally?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. My college classmate.
Okay, and didn't I
She was
see
she
you?
was one of the she works for the company that did the DNA work, and then she did um the family tree, like the hereditary work that she does, right? She
Uh,
just doesn't put together the family tree. There's a lot that she does, but um I believe it was her because it was the same company. I think it was how I connected it, and my college classmates' murder was solved after 41 years with very little DNA left because they had tested like 100 different men over the years.
oh gosh.
And it turned out to be a young man that lived down the road from the college, and he was 16 at the time. How
Okay,
a
and they
16-year
just
old
solved this.
how a 16-year-old did what he did, I have no idea. Like,
And they're sure that they've got the right
oh
person.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. And didn't you say like just what, like a couple of weeks ago that they solved this?
Yeah, it's solved. He's not gone to court yet. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. I know that he's in jail because I have checked that, but I haven't gotten any information on when his trial's going to be
Okay.
uh, or anything like that. I guess I have to call the DA's office to get that info if they'll tell me. So,
They should, any type of upcoming court dates or anything like that, it should be public records. So they,
well, yeah, I mean, like I found all his jail information, and I think maybe I even looked at the site that shows court cases. I can't remember, but I don't think it showed. I don't think it showed a trial date.
well, at least they were able to find someone and arrest them
Yes,
after 40
I
years.
didn't
That's,
think. Honestly, I didn't think it would ever happen. I thought about it all these years. That's why I got interested in true crime
mhm.
and was hoping all these years that someday they would find a way to identify him. And when they solved the Golden State Killer case,
Mhm.
I'm like, oh my god, they probably can solve Barbara's case, and they did.
So if he was 16 at the time and it's been 40 years, he's 56 now.
Well, it was 41 when he was arrested, so that's been 2 years ago. So he'd be 49 right now.
Okay, so I mean, at least he's still alive.
No, wait a minute. Would he be 49?
59.
16
It's
and
59.
yeah, 59. I'm sorry. My
So
math is a little off.
at least he isn't deceased and he has been arrested.
Right.
And does she have any family
I mean,
that's still living?
you got the whole thing about, oh well, I did do, or not him saying exactly, but there were a couple crimes that he managed to get away with along those lines. And oh, I was alcoholic. I changed my life. Blah blah blah. I'm not that person anymore. But
But
now
he
you're
still has to pay
That
for what he
person is
done.
still
right.
alive.
Well, he raped and murdered her. Excuse
Right.
me.
So he needs to pay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can. A person can change and do change from the way that they were, but that doesn't mean that you get a free pass on the bad things that you done.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
and he needs to pay. And does she have any family that's still living?
Yes. I
Okay.
was so hoping that it would get solved before her mother passed away, but it did not happen. And her dad passed away shortly after she did because he just couldn't take it. It broke his heart.
Oh, poor
He
thing.
wouldn't even talk about it.
Yeah.
And the mom fought for years to try to, get it uh, solved. They thought forever that it was her ex boyfriend, and it wasn't. So I feel bad for him, but
at the same time, though, realistically, when something like that happens, the
right,
first people they look at is the spouse,
right.
boyfriend, girlfriend,
Yeah, but
whatever. So,
she had 3 or 4 older sisters, and I think if I remember right, there's 2 of them still living. And
so
they were still living when they arrested him.
okay, so there is someone who in her family that was able to witness this person.
Being arrested, yes.
Yes. Okay. So that, I mean, that's a good thing. That's comforting
Yeah,
because,
it
there's
is.
some
It is.
cases that they may get solved years and years later, and that person that they're fighting for, they have no family
Right.
left. There's
Yeah,
no
right.
parents, no siblings, nothing. And
Well, they're solving so many of these unidentified bodies that they found at certain points and were buried in John Doe, Jane Doe graves. And now they're starting to identify people, who they were. And, sometimes they have family left or distant cousins or,
right.
whatever.
I seen on that news break the other day that there's a parish in Louisiana that they have a John Doe from 2005, I
Oh,
believe is
wow.
what it
So it's
said.
more
And
recent one.
yeah, but they're teaming up with Orthram Labs now to try to find out who this guy is, because they said that whenever he was found, his body was encased in cement, and then all of this, his body and the cement was put into an oil drum, and they're saying that he had been deceased anywhere from as little as a year up to 25 years.
Right.
Well,
And they,
they found that original boy in the box. That was like 60 years ago. They found out who his family was.
I know.
That's crazy.
right.
Scarlett, had you heard that probably, let's see, this is 2023. So I believe it was a year ago now that they found a small child's body in Virginia, just over the border of Tennessee. And people found out about it and thought, well, maybe that's Summer. But to this day, nobody has gotten any information about who this child is. And they were sending the remains to Quantico for further testing. But I still have not heard anything about.
I hadn't even heard about that.
Yeah. Because there were creators that even called the sheriff, the coroner there, whatever, and they didn't say, yeah, well, we think it's Summer. They just said it could be a possibility. Could be a possibility.
Wow.
So they were saying, well, the child had probably been passed for, like 5 years or something like that. But, they don't always know exactly, right? So,
Right, until they,
because that would have been only a year that she had been gone, a little bit over a year when that body was found. So
So because
yeah,
it depends on
the
the
hair was
weather.
very short. You remember how those pictures are of
Yeah.
Summer hair.
yeah, her head was
But something
practically
I do
shaved.
know about her hair in all of those pictures that they have out there, that people are not aware of exactly what she looks like when she went missing, because Candace shuffled all these pictures around and reposted just to confuse people.
Yeah, she
And
had very
I
short
know
hair.
someone who did a timeline of the pictures, and there's some other things that we figured out, but this in particular about how she looked and her hair, thinking that the hair was fairly short, and then they cut it even shorter right before she went missing.
Yeah, because the picture that I guess Candace or the grandmother took of her in the back seat. Uh, I still have my personal opinion about that picture when they said she was asleep.
I'll tell you my opinion on it, and you can tell me yours.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So after doing a lot of research with somebody that I met on YouTube, the belief is that that particular picture was not of that day
You
because
don't
she
think?
looks younger and her hair is shorter than the water picture. Also, some professionals looked at those pictures or that video and found out that those videos or that video is more than one video. It's spliced together. So it wasn't even on that day, and they could tell according to the shadows that they were spliced together of two
Oh,
different
really?
events. Yes. And it'll come out and talk about this on YouTube. But,
Interesting.
because they want to keep their story going for themselves and making their money. But I just don't believe that it was that day. So I think that it's not the word obsolete, but
Mm-hmm.
that picture is not important because I don't believe it was that day. The milk jugs have no, it was the box maybe had the USDA stamp on it.
Uh huh.
Well, they have those at the food giveaways, and they happen certain times of the month, certain times of the year. So
Right.
it had to be after a giveaway, and it was not the day that she went missing.
That's
My
interesting.
personal opinion about what happened to her is most likely it was an accident at the hand of somebody in her family, or somebody purposely unalived her.
I always, in the very beginning, I always thought that maybe because you know how every time they told the story about what happened that day after they got home, they always threw in that piece of candy that she had to get from the grandmother's house.
Yes. Yes.
And they, for whatever reason, they always threw that in there. Just
Mm-hmm.
the way that they told about it. And I
Mm-hmm.
always wondered if maybe she got the piece of candy, which would have been no big deal, but then she got choked on it.
Or she thought it was candy and it was actually drugs.
That could be a possibility too.
Yeah.
But I think somewhere around in there, something happened.
Yep.
And knowing Candace, yeah, and everybody who's followed Summer Wells' case, we've all seen how Candace is. Uh, I think that there's a chance that she probably freaked out, uh, and something bad happened.
Yeah.
And it be an
And
accident in her and Don.
they all
And
know. They all know what happened.
yeah, I think they do.
Yeah.
And I think that that's maybe a reason why they were eager to let the boys go, because they didn't act like they were too worried about the boys going into state's custody.
Have you heard his mouth about that now?
No, I haven't listened
Oh my
to
Oh,
gosh.
Lord.
They stole
anything that he
my
said.
boys. They stole my boys.
Well, how did they steal him whenever he was coming out in the very
Ask
beginning
him.
saying that they wanted them to go?
He's the most
Because
irrational person because of all of his alcohol and drug use that he never
yeah,
makes any sense.
I think that there's a possibility that him and Candace might have threatened the boys, or maybe the boys didn't even see what happened.
Hard to
Uh,
know.
and they didn't really know what happened to her, and I think it could have been just a freak accident, and they freaked out,
Yeah.
and because they
There,
already had the state
there's more than one possibility.
right, and that's in what I've said on, I think it was the Kylie Rodney case. I would say this, like, there's so many possibilities of what could have happened that makes sense. We just don't have the evidence to prove which
Right.
possibility it is.
Right, exactly.
But the thing with that case is, though, it has turned into such a huge drama fest
Oh yeah, I had to get
that
out of there. It
that's
was
why
bad.
I don't cover her case, because it's not
No,
about Summer
no.
and what happened. It's the
It's about
drama.
fighting with this creator and that
Right.
creator and about making money
Clicks and views, clicks
and
and
distracting. And the money is coming from YouTube and it's also coming from people connected to Dawn
Yeah.
to distract people away from the truth.
There's a
I
lot of moving pieces in that case too.
Yes.
A lot. And a lot of videos. Um,
Well, they're still making videos constantly. It's like that's all they're there for.
and
Like,
yeah,
cover some other cases, why don't you?
it's there's a lot of different stories that I've heard. Uh,
I'd like to pick your brain about that because there's stuff that you've heard, there's stuff that I've heard that I know about. It would be an interesting conversation.
right. It's just there's so many things that was Don at work that day? Was he not at work that day? If they didn't have service on their phone, how did he call Candace?
Right.
You know, he wanted the boys to go into state with the Child Protective Services because they were scared for their safety.
Right.
But now they were stolen from them. But the boys
Right.
don't want to go back home.
Right.
You know, there's just so many different things that's been said. And then the grandmother leaves not long afterwards, but Candace also had a sister who went missing, and her case hasn't been solved. You know, it's just there's that case. I wouldn't put it in the same category as what Crystal Rogers' case is, but the similarities is there's two unsolved cases intertwined into one case, as like with Crystal and her dad's.
Right.
And then you've got Summer and her Aunt Rose, Candace's sister.
Right.
You know, and it's just, you know, there's a lot of different
A
things.
lot of liars on YouTube, you know.
Right. And
I've met a bunch of them.
I'm gonna be honest. When Don was in jail, and Candace was fixing the house up, I actually thought I kind of give her the benefit of the doubt. I actually thought in a way that she was going to get the house finished.
Right.
You
so
know, because right. They said she can drywall just as good as any man out there, and she was doing the drywall in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And she was on, I forgot whose it was. And she was on someone's panel, and she was kind of showing like what she had done in the house and stuff like that. And it looked, what you could tell through a camera, it looked decent. And so I thought, hey, you know, she's doing good. She's away from Don. She's getting it done on her own. But then it kind of just went out the window.
Well, you know that she was talking to the boys when he was in jail. And yeah. I think visited them. And you know when she wasn't allowed to see them anymore?
It kind of
when
went
he got out of jail because she was with him.
Yeah. And there's just been a lot of stuff that's been said regarding what he's done in the very, very, very past, before Candace and Summer, and
right,
and all that. And I don't know. Like you said, there's a lot of different theories. They all make sense. There's just no evidence to prove it.
Right. Any of it. I believe law enforcement knows a whole lot, and they don't talk about it because they don't want to jeopardize a conviction once they get everything together that they need to. People honestly think that it's so suspicious when police don't say anything about what they know, but it's not what it is at all.
No, I mean, honestly, the police, during an investigation, they don't owe the public anything, and they keep this stuff close to them for the integrity of the investigation, which I totally get. But at the same time, it is frustrating that the public doesn't know anything, and I think a lot of people get very frustrated by that. Baby Lisa Irwin.
Yeah, I know that case. I hear you, Mimi. At first, I thought maybe the mom had something to do with it, but I almost think now that's possible that somebody took her.
I don't guess I've heard of that
Little
case.
girl, she was about 2 years old. They were in, Mimi, didn't they live in Kansas or Iowa or something?
It's been almost 14 years on that case and still no closer to find her or whoever took her from her crib. I might have heard of it whenever it first happened.
You talking about Lisa Irwin?
Yes.
Yeah, baby Lisa Irwin is what Mimi said in the
Yeah,
chat.
she was
I
in
always
case.
wondered if there was a possibility that she got in bed with mom and mom turned over on her because mom was a big girl and she had been drinking quite heavily and admitted it. I always wondered about that. Kansas City, yeah.
Yeah, Kansas City, Missouri. Independence, I think.
Is that close to where you're at, Lady V?
No, that's close to where I grew up.
Oh, okay.
I'm in
Okay.
Kansas. This is in Missouri.
Okay. I think the mother was a suspect. So the mom was a suspect to begin with?
What's
Yeah,
that?
I believe so.
The mom was
Oh,
a
yeah,
suspect.
originally, yeah.
Let me go. My gosh.
Well, I
Forever.
guess that would make sense. Was it just her and the mom in the house when she went missing?
No, it was her, Lisa. She had two brothers, didn't she, Lady V?
Um,
I think she,
I'm looking right now because it's been
yeah,
so long since heard. I've talked about. I remembered it when you said it, but
right. And then their dad was at work. He worked a night shift, and he came home, and the front door was open.
yeah, when he came home about 4 o'clock in the morning.
And there was somebody that saw a man walking down the road with a child
Yeah,
and
Maymay
actually
said.
stopped and talked to him.
Maymay said that a motorcyclist even
Yes,
spoke to a man carrying a baby in just a diaper and asked if he needed help, and another saw a man carrying a baby away from the home.
yes.
Wow. And all
So
these years, they
she had
still
been
haven't found that
drinking
baby.
with her neighbor, her next door neighbor, and at first she said, "Well, this is how much we had," and then later she said, "No, it was way more than that." So she was probably oblivious to anything that went on if somebody else did it.
They said that the cadaver dog turned up the scent of a unalived remains that might have been Lisa near the mother's bed.
Right,
And items were removed at that time too.
Whoever
right.
took Lisa took
But I've
all
also,
her
have
cell
you
phone.
ever heard that oftentimes
Oh,
um, cadaver dogs can pick up on the smell of uh, poopy diaper and think and hit on it like it's remains? Because I remember something being said about that.
I didn't. I don't think I've ever heard that, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I have heard, and just in the
All
Summer
right. The
Wells
cell
case,
phones. Yeah.
I have heard, like, there was somebody trying to say that if she was put in, if Summer was put into a car, that her scent being in the car, that a
Yeah.
cadaver dog could smell her scent through the exhaust
Yeah, he can follow the car.
and
Yeah.
follow. Like there was.
But question: whose car? A stranger?
That's $1 million
Somebody that knew
question.
the family? Somebody in the family?
That's
Considering his history, right?
right.
And that's not
That's
something that I really even want to talk about here because it's so nuts.
yeah. That whole case is. But I've never heard of baby Lisa's case. That's interesting. But I mean, like, it's the mom. Is she still like trying to find?
Yeah.
Is she? Well, that's good.
Yeah.
D. Smith, I haven't either. The last thing I heard on Zuri Dorsey was that the Amber Alert had been updated into North Carolina, I believe.
Did this just happen?
This happened today or yesterday.
Oh,
Hold on,
wow.
let me find it. It was on Twitter. They had put it out. Hold on, let me find it real quick. I'd seen it when it first come out. Okay, so it's Amber Alert. It was first Virginia into North Carolina. She's a 2-year-old taken from Virginia Beach and is in danger. Let me find her right here. Hold on, I gotta resize everything so I can move this over here so I can see it whenever I pull it up.
Lady Lisa, that was so long ago. I had just, it's terrible that you just, you hear about it and then for a long time you don't hear anything and then
Yeah, that was wasn't
brings
her
it
case,
back up.
Right.
wasn't her case in 2011?
Yes.
No. No, and I did see something about somebody being reinstated on Twitter, but I don't guess I know who the person is. And they were supposed to do an interview with someone else. I did see that, but I don't. Oh
What?
no, I didn't. I didn't see. Big Al was asking if I seen the big news on Twitter about who's being reinstated, but it wasn't who he's putting in chat. It was somebody else that I didn't know who the guy was, and that the guy had already had an interview set up with someone else, and I didn't hear. I didn't know of either one of the names that had been
Oh,
mentioned.
really? It was not him though?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't him. It was somebody else. I don't know why this guy was taken off of Twitter, but for whatever reason he's back, and I don't know what was up with him, but there was some kind of big interview set up with him.
Boy, that would be unbelievable if it was him.
Okay, so this is Zuri Dorsey. So she's 2 years old. This guy is 27. I can't make it any bigger either, but maybe I can do it like this. Try. All right, so it says the Virginia State Police issued an Amber Alert on behalf of the Virginia Beach Police Department for a 2-year-old girl who was abducted at her residence in the 1300 block of Sapphire Drive in Virginia Beach on December the 9th. So this
Is that
happened.
her dad?
Zuri was taken by DeAndre Dorsey, believed to be in extreme danger. I would assume that's her dad, being that they have the same last name. They may be traveling in a red 2016 Honda Accord with North Carolina plates RAZ9972. She was last seen wearing her underpants. DeAndre was last seen wearing a black hoodie with black jogger pants. So I did see whenever it came out, and it was just for Virginia. Hey, Tonka, how are you? And then there was an updated part of it where it had the Amber Alert had moved into North Carolina as well. So it was, let's see, it's the 10th now. So yeah, it would have happened Saturday. Tonka, I'm doing good. Thank you.
I'll be right back, Scarlett.
Okay. So, yeah, hopefully, I don't know. They're not saying that this guy, unless they've updated it somewhere else, that he's her dad, but I would assume that he is, being that they have the same last name, but they're saying that she's in extreme danger.
Wow.
I want to say there was another one that I saw earlier.
His girlfriend wanted a baby, so. Oh.
What is this? I'll have to see if I can find the other one also, but it seems like there was another one for a child that had came out.
There's just too many.
Yes. This one, there was one that came out on December the 7th for a missing juvenile in Charlottesville for 16-year-old Haley Flippo. She's from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Oh, there's a lot. Every time I come across a missing person thing or like Amber Alert or anything like that, I try to share it on my Twitter. There was a Janie Sykes. She was in Newport, Florida, Newport Richey, Florida, but they found her today.
How old was she?
She was 17. So she was last seen on December the 9th around 4:45 p.m. And now it says on her folder or on her flyer that she was located safe. So
Did you hear about that cheerleader?
yes, right before I went live, I was looking into it, trying to see if there was any like updated information. The only thing that I could find was that they have a picture of a guy in a black hoodie, and they said what type of hoodie it was that he had on, and that he was in a silver Ford Taurus, year ranging from 2010 to 2018.
Linda, it must be you, hun, because mine's fine. She wanted to know if it's buffering.
Yeah, it may just be hard. Linda, what may help it is if you go completely out of YouTube and then come back into it and see if that helps. Because my internet, I can't believe that the internet didn't go out today because of the storms. Avery, that's the only thing I found on Elizabeth Medina, the cheerleader, that her mom actually found her in the bathtub murdered, from Edna, Texas. And that was the only child that her mom had. Yeah, maybe that's the one that Avery's talking about, the cheerleader. They do have a person of interest. Let me hold on. I'll pull up her name and pull up the picture of the guy and his car. Let me see if this is the one that has it. Yes. Okay. Just a second. Still gotta move stuff around. All I gotta do is get an adapter, and I will have my third monitor, and then that way I should have plenty of room.
Awesome.
Linda, you are very welcome, Linda. Yeah, it shouldn't take but just a few days to get the adapter that I need for it. Okay, so this is the guy that they're saying is a person of interest in Elizabeth Medina. I keep wanting to call her Elizabeth, but her name doesn't have the E on it.
Right.
Okay, so they're saying that the male person of interest was described by police as possibly having a tattoo behind his right ear. He was seen in images wearing a black Volcom hooded sweatshirt. He is also seen driving a silver Ford Taurus, model year ranging from 2010 to 2018. And there's his car. And this poor mama, like
I can't even begin to imagine.
She's just they've only lived in Edna, Texas for a year. I believe they moved there from, I believe it's in Nebraska. It's where they had came from. And she had gotten a job at, is it renewed energy or renewable energy or something like that. And they moved there. And Elizabeth was supposed to go to a Christmas parade. Her and her cheer squad was supposed to be in a Christmas parade, and she never made it. And when the mom got home, she goes in and she finds her in the bathtub. And the mom's sister had actually spoke out and just says she's inconsolable, which I completely
Yeah,
get.
I would be too, man.
And she has no other kids. The sister said that she had her when she was 16, and she's a single mom. It was just the two of them, and that lived in this apartment.
How long did they live there?
Just a year. They had moved to Edna from, I want to say it was Nebraska. Let me see if I can find it, because I know that it was. I can't remember the name of the place. Okay, so they moved to the small Texas city of Edna, located about 25 miles northeast of Victoria. And they said this little town only has like 6,000 people that live there. Okay, good, Lynn. I'm glad that helped. Let me see if it's. I know it
When
says.
did this happen? This was just this week?
This happened Tuesday. So officers responded to the apartment complex Tuesday evening, and EMTs attempted to provide medical service, but she was already deceased.
Oh, this is the young girl.
Yeah.
Oh, so you got a picture of somebody.
Yeah, they're saying that he possibly has a tattoo behind his right ear, which it does kind of look like right there he does.
He's got gloves on.
Yep. And they have a picture of his car.
Or he has his sleeve over one hand and the other one's out. I think that's his car.
Yeah, it's either between a 2010 and 2018 Ford Taurus.
What state was it in?
Texas. Edna, Texas.
Okay.
But yeah, this was just released, on Saturday.
Too bad he's not in Grady's County. Grady would have had him by now.
Right. It's a shame we don't have more sheriffs like Grady Judd.
Yeah, really.
Oh,
Every town needs a sheriff like Grady.
Oh, definitely.
May, yes. And she even said that in one of the interviews I was reading that she did, that she wants justice, and for whatever reason this person did it, they took her best friend away from her. Because, it was just them two. I don't think they had any other family that lived there in Texas, because they had just moved there. And sick, I'm not sure of the motive. It's still an ongoing investigation, and really this is all that they provided.
They did say that it's a capital murder case because it was done in the commission of another felony.
Right. And they didn't say how, like they didn't reveal her cause of death, or what made them think that it was that she was
I
murdered.
heard what people were saying it was, but I don't know if that's for sure.
Who was the LA sheriff who ended up running for Senate? I don't know. I'll have to Google it, Big Al. I have no idea. I wish we had more Grady's, though, honestly, because
he's like everybody's grandpa.
I love watching his videos.
Can you imagine having him for a dad or a grandpa, though? Well,
No.
You'd be in line.
Oh, yeah.
If I had him as my dad, y'all, I would have been in so much trouble more than growing up. There wouldn't have been nothing I could have done that I wouldn't have got caught and been in so much trouble.
He'd have all his friends out there watching you.
Right.
It's like Nancy Grace, man. I was like, Lord, don't want to make her mad.
Oh, I couldn't handle her as a mom.
She would have killed me.
I think the kids are off to college, getting ready to go off to college now.
Her twins?
Yeah.
Oh my God! It don't seem like
getting
they're that
close
old.
to that.
I remember when they were born.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. That was like crazy.
It don't seem like they're already that old. Jeez.
No, it doesn't seem like we're that old.
Golly. That is true, Lady B.
I feel old.
Yeah,
Not in my
some days I
mind,
do too.
just my
No,
body.
yeah.
Well,
I feel like I'm
hopefully.
about.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I feel like I'm about 45 until I look in the mirror and I go, "Oh shit, who's that old woman?"
Oh,
KK,
whatever.
KK says I have the mind of a 21-year-old.
She's not wrong there.
I can see that.
Uh-huh.
I can. Yeah, I can see that just by some of your comments that you've made in Discord.
I'm such a smart ass.
But hopefully, though, like Avery said in chat, somebody will recognize this guy, and
Somebody
hopefully,
will eventually, yeah.
but hopefully they will do the right thing.
That
And
guy, why does he look similar to the guy that they're looking for in the Rachel Morin case?
oh wait, hold on, let me pull
Go
this
back
back
to that
up.
picture. I think we need a side by side.
Okay, let me see if I can zoom in on it, just where it has. Do y'all think he looks? But the guy in the Rachel Morin case, though, when he was coming out of
He's
that door,
that.
he didn't have a tattoo behind his ear.
I think that guy that they're the
Yeah,
guy
but that's the
next
opposite
door.
ear.
Well, but I think the guy that came out that door is bigger, stockier built than this guy.
Probably.
Hopefully, he left DNA, and
I hope
they
very true.
they run that DNA through CODIS. Maybe they'll get a hit and get a name.
Who, this guy?
Yeah, that did this to Elizabeth. Hopefully, if not, hopefully somebody will recognize him
Hope
and
so.
and call in with his name.
They got a better shot at him than the one in Rachel's case.
Right. But it looks like he's got black hair or very, very dark brown hair and a beard. Not a mustache, but a beard.
Hey, now
Yeah.
that's not nice, KK.
Yep.
She says I'm immature.
Avery,
Girl.
none that
No,
I
you're
could
elder.
find. I went through and looked for Chelsea Graham. No updates. No updates on Nicole Baldwin, and no updates on uh, Katie Ferguson. There's just I don't know if there's just they haven't come across any new updates on these. I'm very interested to find out if on the Katie Ferguson case if they've
There's so many of them, I can't remember which
right.
is which.
Well, like
Yeah, me too. I have to have a picture or some jog my memory.
well, okay, so Katie is the one that was on the trip from Alabama back to Wyoming with her
Yes.
boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, and their two daughters.
Right.
And she went missing somewhere between Arkansas and Texas.
Right. I remember her.
So I don't know if they concentrated their search.
Is she the one that traveled from Texas to somewhere else?
No, she's the one that had moved down to Alabama to live with her mom, and then she calls the ex-boyfriend to come down there and get her and her two daughters. And she's seen on body cam footage in Arkansas in the passenger seat of the SUV, but when he stopped in Texas, she's not in the passenger seat, and there are bullet holes in the passenger door that was covered up with tape.
Uh-oh.
And then he stopped again in Colorado, and she's not in there.
Did he
And
have the
then,
girls? Did he have the girls with him?
yeah, he had the two little girls with him. And then so he goes back to Wyoming, and then somebody calls in an abandoned vehicle. So when the cops go out to investigate this abandoned vehicle, uh, it had trash bags on the windows. So the cops broke into it because they wanted to make sure there was nobody in there hurt. And whenever they got in there, there was dried red fluid,
Oh,
and the passenger seat was missing. There
well, he
was
had those babies in that car.
right. There was parts of the trim with dried red fluid on it that was in a trash bag in the back seat, and
Lord.
then the dude walks up on the cops looking at his vehicle, Katie's boyfriend, with a gas can in his hand. And he was
Oh,
like, "Oh, it's my vehicle. It ran out of gas," knowing good and well he was just going to set that car on fire.
exactly.
It,
Did they arrest him, or did they not know
yeah,
who he
he
was?
got no, he got arrested because uh, they found live ammunition in a magazine in the console of the vehicle, and
A
he ended
what?
up getting a magazine that goes in a gun, a clip, and it had
Oh,
live ammunition in it.
okay.
And that's what he got arrested for because I believe he was a felon and was not supposed to have
Right.
it. And so he got arrested. He's still in jail, but as of right now, he has not been charged in anything with her. First, he told the police that she was not missing. She just didn't want to have anything to do with her mom. Then he turns around and tells police that while they were in Little Rock, Arkansas, she goes on a run for substances and she doesn't come back. So if that's the truth, then why didn't he go to the police and say, "Okay, look, the mother of my two kids was with me. We're on our way back to Wyoming. She got out to go on a run. She has not come back. I'm worried about her. We're not from here. I don't know if something's happened to her. Here's her name and her picture." But instead, he leaves her and goes back to Wyoming with the two girls.
Oh, geez.
Could you drop the link for Avery, please?
Yes, let me
You
get
better
the.
bring a fanny pack with you, girl.
Oh Lord,
Hmm?
Avery and her fanny packs. All right. The Kirby Carpenter case is in Mississippi. I've never heard of that one either. Mamie, okay, so that's Chelsea Grimm. There's no update on her. If what SF Investigates has put on Twitter is true, basically nobody's looking for her.
Hey
I
y'all.
think people
How are
Hey,
you?
honey. You sound better.
I'm still congested, but I
I
feel
hope you didn't take any cough syrup today.
That was funny.
that that was weird. Yeah, I've been taking Mucinex, but I'm still congested. But I feel better.
You
I,
sound a lot better.
You really
yeah. Um, I was thinking, okay, I cannot remember the name of the little girl. She's Hispanic, and she's missing, and both her mom and her stepdad are in jail. They've been arrested. Does anybody remember?
Oh, you're talking about
Oh,
Madalena Kojikori?
yeah.
That's it. That's it. Um,
Okay, she's actually where's her mama from? Hold on, let me think. It's somewhere overseas. It's not Germany. Where's her mama from? Shit, I'm gonna have to look it up now. I can't remember what the country is that she's from.
has there been any updates on her? Because I was sitting here thinking, there's so many cases that, like, I don't know if it's if the news or if law enforcement is doing this purposely through the news, but I feel like we're not getting updated on cases like we used to.
Uh,
And so I was thinking about her, and I was wanting to look her up to see if there was any updates, and I couldn't even remember her name. Like,
uh, Diana Kojikori is the mom.
yeah, Diana, that's right.
I mean, I'm like you, and I even mentioned this the other night. Used to, when a case came out and someone goes missing,
Mhm.
we usually hear about it right away.
Mhm.
Just whether it's just somebody sharing a missing person poster or whatever, but we always heard about it as soon as it happened. Now we're not hearing about it, it seems like, until they've been missing for a month or longer.
Right. That's what I've been noticing. And then once we do hear about it, then we don't see updates. I
No.
mean, it's like it's something's filed in court or an arrest is made or something before we, get an update.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
Have,
that it's possible that they're, for whatever reasons, whether they're low on funds or what it is exactly, something nefarious, that they're purposely not putting the information out there until a month later?
I mean, I've been wondering if some of the things that have been happening with some of the cases and, so many like different YouTubers and different people showing up outside of victims' homes and things like that, if that has something to do with it, if that's why they're
It
not
could
giving
be.
That
Could
could
be.
be. And Madalena's mama was from Moldova.
That's it,
Yeah.
Moldova.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And where
if
is
I'm
she
not,
now?
she's in jail right now. And if
And his stepdad, he bonded out, didn't he?
I believe so. But I don't think there's been any like recent updates.
I
And if
don't,
I'm not
okay.
mistaken, I believe Madalena was born in Moldova as well.
Seems like I saw an
Mhm.
update like maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
But not that she's been found or anything, right?
No.
No, I tell you what, I did see something the other day. That wait, what is this? This was 5 days ago. Mother of Madalena Kojikari spotted in Western. Oh, 1 year ago. Okay, I did see something the other day. If I can find it, that they think that Madalena is still alive.
Oh, wow.
But
Is that the one where they thought that the stepfather sold her?
Mm-hmm.
it's the one where the last known images of her is when she's getting off her school bus. The mom
Like the mother
claims
says that
she
she
was in
went
her
with the
room.
stepfather, and the stepfather says he left her
Yeah,
with the mother.
yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
He went out of state and then comes back and she's like, "Where's Madalena?" Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. But I can't remember what it might
Creeper.
have been. It might have been on YouTube that I seen it, where somebody had said that they think because the detective in the case spoke out, and
Maybe
she
what?
still the detective that's over the Madalena Kojikari case spoke out, and she still believes that Madalena is alive.
Hmm. I'm
I don't
sorry I
know.
have to have you repeat. I just found out that I need hearing aids.
Oh no, you're good.
Well, that's a good sign, though, if the detective thinks that. We should start doing like weekly type up, maybe not weekly, maybe every other week, but just like updates on all the different cases that we follow.
Yeah, because I mean, every day I go back to them and just check for updates, and it's crazy how these people have been missing for a month or longer, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you remember them all. What do you do? You must keep a list.
She has
Girl, it's
notebooks.
posted notes.
Post-it notebooks.
So there was a new case, and I can't remember if it was you, Scarlett, who posted it in Discord, or me, or I don't remember, but it's a truck driver who's missing. Remember
Oh, the
he
dude
was
that was hauling the pigs.
yeah, he was toting the pigs, hauling the pigs, and all of his stuff was left inside of the truck, and I think it said his shoes or his shirt or something was on the side of the road, like outside of the truck.
Yeah, I haven't read into it. Once again, it's just one of those cases that I see stuff on Twitter or Facebook as I'm scrolling, and I did see where the truck, the okay, so the driver's missing. His truck is parked, I guess, on the side of the road. It's got a load of pigs on it, and the truck was not on. Usually, and anybody who's been around 18-wheelers knows this, when you have a load and you get out of your truck, you always leave your truck running.
Yeah.
You know, oh, that's everybody that I've been around that's a truck driver. That's what they do. They're sleeping, they leave it on.
Yeah, my daddy used to drive.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, his was turned off. But I haven't looked into. I don't even know the guy's name.
Yeah,
Somebody was saying there's another trucker missing too.
I was trying to Google it because I wanted to look back to see if there was any updates, but I was reading that I think he's like 39 or something. He's not that old, and he's like a family man. He's a dad, you know, and a husband, and this is like just really unusual of him. And I was reading that his personal things were still in the truck, like his wallet and keys and cell phone, everything was in the truck. And then something was outside of the truck, and I can't remember if it was his shoes or his shirt or something, but just more to add, you know, to the mystery of it all. Like, very strange.
Okay, I'm writing it down. Let me see if I can find this guy's name.
Good luck, because I tried Googling it. Maybe try putting in hauling pigs, because I didn't put that in when I was trying to Google it. I pulled up every other damn truck driver but him.
David Schultz.
I'll be damned if you didn't just go right to it.
Let's see, 53-year-old truck driver.
Wait, how old does it say he is?
David Schultz, a 53-year-old truck driver from Iowa, disappeared November the 21st while hauling piglets. His red semi-truck was found along a rural highway in northwest Iowa with his trailer still filled with the baby pigs he was transporting to Sac City. Schultz's sister-in-law, Emily Bogue, wrote on Facebook that he never made it to his destination. The Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations and the Lakeview Police Department are involved in the search for Schultz, and Schultz's truck was found on U.S. Highway 58. So that's kind of like whenever I just typed in missing truck driver who was hauling pigs, and it brought that up as like a little summary type thing at the very top.
That sounds like the one. I was thinking he was like 39, but that sounds like the same one.
Big Al said he got some stuff to share about GPS next week sometimes. Big news should be coming out in the next week or so.
Okay.
I'm going to have to change Big Al's certificate. Oh, wait, no, that's the black box. Never mind. Okay.
You need to make mine better.
I need to make you all new ones.
Just mine sucked.
What does?
Please don't make me laugh, Lady B, because if I laugh, I start coughing. I can't. She said it sucked.
You have anybody else real cool?
Ruck, no, I haven't. Ruck said, not trying to sidetrack the conversation, but has anyone heard anything about all missing children in school buses from the Maui fires? No, I haven't.
About the what now? What?
The Maui fires.
When the Maui fires happened, the missing children in school buses.
I know who I can ask if I can get her to answer me.
Oh, Loca My Life. Is that who you're thinking of?
No, Valerie Knox.
Oh.
Her sister's over there.
So what all happened in Tennessee? Like, I've just briefly seen about people marking themselves safe from tornadoes, but I didn't
tornadoes. You're on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Go through Twitter and just watch the videos.
Oh, is it that bad?
Yes, there was. Reed Timmer was there, and there was another storm chaser that was up there that was putting out videos and information. A lot of people from Tennessee were putting out their own videos of these tornadoes. One tornado was going through, I think it was Hendersonville, and apparently they're saying possibly went through where I guess it's the electric, where they have like all the big electric power lines and like the power plant and all that
Oh
there.
yeah, yeah.
And because you can see as the tornado is going through it, a huge explosion happens.
I missed all of that.
Yeah, there's videos all over Twitter.
Wow.
There's people showing houses, like they would show a picture of when the houses were there, and now this is just leveled.
Is there
There's,
like a lot of fatalities?
I think there was 6 in Hendersonville and 6 the last time I read it. 6 in Hendersonville with a lot of injuries, and I believe 6 in North Nashville
Oh no.
with a lot of injuries. And there was still search and rescue was there. There's still a lot of people that are trapped in
Oh
houses and stuff
gosh.
like that. It's,
Well, we're on tornado watch until 3 a.m. Are y'all?
no, they come through here, but we were getting them right as they were starting to amp up. And the only thing we didn't even get any wind. Like the wind probably didn't get over like 10 miles an hour. But we got some hail for like 5 minutes. And
Oh,
then that was it. It rained hard for, I don't know, probably in total, it might have rained an hour, but we were getting the very tail end of it as it was moving east.
yeah. I don't even know why we're under a tornado watch because
Girl,
we
keep up
we
with
all
the
we've had
radar.
is some sprinkles all day. No wind or
Well, we were under a severe thunderstorm warning, but all it did was rain. That was it. But up north, Tennessee into Kentucky, it's I think Bowling Green, and what was the other place? Was it Bowling Green? I believe they had on the map that was in like the red area for a high chance of getting them. But y'all just pray for the people in Tennessee.
Is it normal for you guys to get that?
for
What?
Alabama.
Tornado.
Alabama is like the new tornado alley. Yeah,
Yeah, Louisiana
whew,
is now in Tornado Alley as well.
Well, I
it's
know
so
it's here,
it,
but
it's so
Yep.
bad here, Lady V, that I've considered moving because I got like I just started getting tired of seeing all these houses and stuff getting flattened
well, you
and
can move here.
people die. I can move there. I
Yeah,
can come move in with you.
sure.
Okay, that'll work.
And you'll be in the basement, so you won't have to worry about it. When they say tornado, you can just go to my tornado shelter, and I'll just step outside and see where it is.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what people in the
that's
Midwest
what you
do.
do in
They
Kansas.
walk outside and they watch for the tornado. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe it when I went there and they did that.
First
I was
thing you
like,
do
what are
is
you
look up, make
doing?
sure it's not gonna drop on your head.
Yeah.
Sweet Melissa, hold on 1 second, and I will get some names for you.
Y'all, if I moved in with Lady V, within a month I would have nails so long I wouldn't be able to wipe my butt.
No,
Oh my
I'd show you
God.
how. No, I wouldn't show you. I would tell you how to do that.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
We'll
Okay.
put some 6 inches there on you.
I'll let you do my nails, but they can't be that long because I got to wipe my butt too.
There
Sally,
are
really.
ways. There are ways.
Oh shit! Hold on.
I don't walk around with my butt unwiped.
Oh my Lord.
Okay, and let's see. I'm trying to give Sweet Melissa some names real quick of places that she can go on Twitter.
What's she looking for?
She was just looking for video footage of what happened in Tennessee.
I'm scared to look at the videos because I know
Oh,
it's going to be bad.
it's heartbreaking.
Mm.
Okay, there is something though about the truck driver. As I
Oh,
was just scrolling through Twitter trying to find that for Sweet Melissa, I gotta go find it. Oh, it was just a thing. They do have his picture up here though. Oh wait, when did this come out? This came out Saturday the 9th. Hold on, let me pull this up. It tells about him. has his picture and everything. This
See, he does not look 53. He just
What?
looks younger.
That him? No
Yeah.
way.
that's him.
He doesn't look 53 to me.
No, he doesn't look 53 to me either.
Okay, let me get this pulled up here. Okay.
53.
So here's what we know about missing Iowa man David Schultz. So, and this came out today, well, on December the 9th, and it was published and updated at 4 p.m.
53.
Central Time. So just
It says he's
what?
been missing nearly 3 weeks. I thought he just went missing the other day.
That's
You
because
might
we
be
just
thinking about that other one that somebody was talking about. There's two
see.
different
I
ones.
I just heard about the guy who was driving the truck that was hauling the pigs. I just heard about it a couple of days ago.
I think it was over on Vapor that somebody mentioned something about a different case, but
I
it
think that was
wasn't the same one.
maybe it was JC that mentioned it.
That could be.
Hey Richie, how are you? Okay, Sweet Melissa, Big Al says that he's posted 3 different Twitter handles as well that's showing videos. There's like a lot of people that's showing what went on in Tennessee. Okay, so nearly 3 weeks after 53-year-old Wall Lake man David Schultz was reported missing, the Sac County Sheriff's Office shared a release dispelling rumor about his November the 21st disappearance. So the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation confirmed via a forensic search of Schultz's phone that he has not legally gone through a U.S. border crossing. So another tip given to investigators claimed that someone named David Schultz had a one-way flight from Minneapolis, Minnesota to Phoenix, Arizona on November the 21st. Iowa DCI, along with the Minneapolis airport police and the airline, confirmed that it was not the missing man by using video footage of the gate and ticket information. So apparently someone with his same name has went out of the country.
Charlotte, back chat.
Okay, let me check that real quick. All right, so while law enforcement continued to investigate, Schultz's wife, Sarah, believes that he would never disappear on his own. Late in the afternoon, I found out that he missed a load, and I just got sick to my stomach. She told Local 5 late in November. He would never miss a load. He's their guy. From then on, I knew something was bad wrong. My kids need their dad. He's a good man. I want my David. He's mine. And someone took him. I know someone took him, she added.
Why would they take a grown man?
I wonder why he stopped.
Yeah.
That's like a weird statement. He's mine.
He might have stopped to help somebody he thought needed help.
You guys don't find that little part, he's mine, just kind of weird?
Well, some girls
Yeah.
are like,
Not
he's
really.
my man. He not your man. He my man. Hey,
Let women say stuff like that.
the merch come through FedEx or regular mail?
Avery?
Oh, it came regular mail. You took the article down. You weren't going to keep reading, or
No, that was all of it.
no? If you scroll down, it says timeline.
Oh, shit.
Don't.
Hold on.
Oh shit, me.
I thought that was all of it. My bad. Hold on. I'm pulling it back up.
Feisty tonight.
Avery, you gotta watch
Oh,
this.
I see it. Okay. I got it. Okay. All right. So the timeline of David Schultz's disappearance. He left around 7 p.m. on November the 20th to deliver a shipment of hogs from Eagle Grove to Sac City. Workers at Eagle Grove Hog Confinement said that Schultz showed up late to his pickup and was the last truck loaded that night. He left the confinement around 10:50. So if he's their man, why is he showing up late? Sweet Melissa, you're very welcome. So that in itself seems a little weird too,
What?
that he showed up late for his pickup.
Are we talking about the same pig guy?
Yes.
Oh, he showed up late to pick up the pigs?
Right. He showed up late, got his load. He was the last truck loaded. Left that night around 10:50 on November the 20th. Around 11:15 p.m., surveillance footage revealed Schultz stopped at an MM126 truck stop in Fort Dodge for 16 minutes before leaving. He then drove west onto Highway 20, which is the last time he was seen on DOT cameras. His cell phone records corroborate this timeline, according to investigators. Investigators say the DOT camera footage for Highway 4 and Highway 20 was not usable, and there is no video evidence of him stopping at the truck stop located near Highway 4. Around 12:18 on November the 20th, cell phone data shows Schultz arriving at Highway 20 and 71. He then headed north to the location where his truck was found. Investigators believe that it could have been there since approximately 12:40. The haul load never made it to its final destination, and his abandoned semi-truck was discovered around 3 p.m. on the 21st near 190th Street and Union Avenue. Less than an hour before his truck was found, Sarah Schultz had reported him missing after nearly 20 hours with no contact. So damn, them poor pigs.
Wait a
Were
minute.
sitting
That's
there.
him and that's her?
Yeah, that's
Lady,
his wife.
No. He looks so young and she doesn't.
Yeah, he does not look like he's 53.
Ergo, Avery, he's 90.
that is not what Lady D was thinking.
Where's the lady?
Right there on the video, the blonde-headed lady.
Oh my god.
He's my man, not yours.
Let me see it. I didn't see
The
it.
video right here, you can't see it.
No. Now I can see it. Scroll up a
He
little bit.
looks like he's half her age.
That was a good comeback, Lady
That
D.
guy's 53.
Yeah,
I
Are
know
you
it.
sure that's the right guy? That guy looks like he's 30 years old.
yeah, he
I
doesn't look
know
like
it.
he's 53. But that's the picture that they have of him.
Did you guys see where it said his wallet?
That's probably a picture of when he was 30. There's no way that man's 53.
I mean, that could have been just a picture that the wife had supplied to
Yeah, that could be.
police. Okay, so Schultz's cell phone and wallet were found in the park semi. Since the investigation began, volunteers have searched more than 100,000 acres on foot with K9 units and via air using drones and the Iowa State Patrol planes. No heat signatures of a person has been detected, and Schultz has not yet been found. If you have any information about Schultz's whereabouts or disappearance, contact local law enforcement or the Sac County Sheriff's Office, and it has their phone number.
I'm just saying, if you got nerve to touch my man, you're not going to have a hand left when you pull it back.
I mean, like I said, that could have been a picture from years ago, and that was...
But why put it on here now? How are they supposed to recognize him if he's
We should ask him.
Scarlett, if you play that video, will you get a strike? Do you know?
Is it a news channel?
I can't
Hold
see.
on. Hold on. This is a YouTube video.
I mean, I don't want you to get a strike, but I kind of want to hear what.
It's a news channel.
I wouldn't play it.
I don't know how they
Kelly's
do.
like, I wouldn't play it. Don't play it.
I will
There's a
post.
YouTuber that got sued over that.
Here, I will post the hey Ashes. I will post the news channel's link in the chat if anybody wants to watch the videos. There's two videos that I see of the wife. Okay, and then there was one 2 hours ago that says Sac County Sheriff's Office dispels rumors about missing Iowa man. That's the only
Rumors.
Yeah, I don't know what the rumors are, but
Huh.
He got another booty call.
okay. Search continues for two missing Iowa men. One of them is the truck driver, and one is another guy. That came out 10 days ago.
Wow. There's two. Man, that's scary. When guys go missing, that's really scary.
Yeah.
Especially truck drivers, man.
Wonder if he was hauling something more than pigs.
That's a
Oh
good
my
question.
goodness.
We do have aliens now, so it could be.
Well, no, I mean, like, what if he was hauling drugs or something?
I mean, that's
Yeah.
a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely.
Can't look beyond anything anymore.
No. I mean, it could have been somebody was. I mean, it could have been. There could have been a lady on the side of the road that was acting like she was in need of help, and then somebody pulls over. She has more people with her. You know what I mean? It could have been something like that.
Yeah, I've heard of those kind of setups. And that's sad because then, when women who really do need help are broken down, people pass them up because
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
they're used to seeing them out there.
yeah, and then they're scared to stop and help them.
Right. I mean, honestly, it's people are crazy nowadays.
Yeah, they really are.
You outside, Avery?
I
She's
am.
always outside.
Yeah, and I
Well,
keep
that's
trying
why I
to.
can hear the quesadillas.
Oh, you can hear them. There's like a neighborhood dog somewhere far away in the distance, and I keep trying to mute every time he barks, but
I can hear him, but it's not. It's not that. Not too loud.
he's
Yeah,
pretty far away.
he's not bad.
Damn it! I'm trying to do something here.
Yeah, big.
Usually,
She's always outside.
yeah, and usually this dog is so funny because he'll only bark for so long, and then I'll hear some man, and he sounds like an older man, and he'll come out and he'll holler, "Get on out of here!" Then the
Shut
dog
up.
will hush.
Yeah, I can barely hear him barking.
The quesadillas sound louder than the dog.
I would try to yell at him, but my voice doesn't go.
Yeah,
I tried to get onto my son earlier, and I went to holler because he was on the other side of the house, and I went to holler and nothing came out. He was laughing so hard at me because, like,
Yeah, you need to
I'm
rest
just
your voice.
if I try to get loud, it just goes all funky and then nothing.
Yeah, because when you lose your voice completely, that's what sucks.
Oh God, yeah. I'd be having to do hand signals as much as I talk.
Mhm. Damn it, I need some gummy bears, and I don't have any.
Are you all out?
I'm completely out. I got some chocolate
Oh,
though.
guess what I had the other day?
What?
Shrimps, but it was the day you had been sick. And I didn't want to mention it and make you sick.
You had what?
Shrimps.
Shrimps?
Shrimp.
Yeah. It was the day you were sick.
Oh,
Are
which
you
day?
saying
I didn't want to mention the shrimps.
shrimp?
I thought she was saying frimps
Oh,
with an F.
she's
I was trying to think, like, what the hell is that?
she's saying shrimp, like
Shrimp.
seafood, right?
Yeah.
That's what I had for dinner tonight at the Japanese hibachi.
They all have sour worms for us.
Yeah, I don't like sour ones. They're nasty. But
Yeah,
I do
like
have some
sour ones.
chocolate, so I'll settle for that. Oh,
In
I
fact,
do
I have
What is that?
me.
What?
What I do?
What's that? No, Summer.
Oh,
What's that emoji?
Wait. Oh, that's a shrimp emoji. Or
Come on, blind.
wait, are
summer.
they called shrimp on there, or are they called prawns? I can't remember. but it's a shrimp.
Summer finds all the emojis.
Yeah. She probably buys the extra ones so she can have them.
Hold on,
Nobody
I'll be
else-
right back. I gotta go get my Red Bull.
You're not supposed to have Red Bull, woman.
Yeah.
I
No Red
know
Bull.
she can hear me too.
I did
Water. Water for you.
You ain't winning that fight.
But she had stopped drinking them.
Mm-hmm.
And now look.
Bad girl.
I bet she's going to come back and say it's coconut flavored too.
Yep, it is.
You just
You're
have
in so much trouble right now, Scarlett.
Yeah, I've actually had this one for a couple of days now. I got sick the other day. I was like nauseated. That's why I couldn't go live last night. I was nauseated, and I took something for nausea, y'all, and I've never been so dizzy.
So the nausea medicine made you dizzy?
I guess so.
What
Like,
kind of it?
I
Did
couldn't
you
even
install
pick up my
makeup?
head. It was
Did
so
you
bad.
install makeup bun in the oven?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
You got a bun in the oven? You got nausea?
No.
Not quite.
Mm-mm.
He's like, oh, no way.
Not possible. Betty Jo, who needs an iPhone?
For the emojis.
Oh, okay.
Someone said I don't have the extra emojis because I have an Android.
Scarlett, you remember the Kirby Carpenter case where girlfriend couldn't find him? She supposedly walked in the woods with her baby. Long ways came back and he was laying by toolboxes outside house. D. Smith, I don't guess I'll remember that. When did that happen? The Kirby Carpenter case.
Maybe you should come on up and tell Scarlett what's in that Red Bull, Mom.
I've never heard of Kirby Carpenter. I hadn't heard of that case.
You've heard of it before, you said, Avery?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
A year ago in Mississippi or Missouri?
What is this? Okay, so trio arrested. Wait, this came out November the 30th of this year. Maybe, yeah, it's coconut. Trio arrested as suspects in murder of Kirby Carpenter in Tippah County 1 year after body found.
Do what?
Here, I'll pull it up. Okay, sure that it was. So it came out November the 30th of this year. It says trio arrested as suspect in murder of Kirby Carpenter in Tippah County 1 year after the body was found. 2 were arrested in Virginia and 1 in Pennsylvania related to the murder of Kirby Carpenter. On November 30th, 2023, deputies from the Smith County Sheriff's Office assigned to the USMS Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force, along with the USMS, arrested Jeffrey Dean Spence and Karen Elizabeth Spence for the 2022 murder of a Mississippi man. I don't remember this.
May wants to know if the Red Bull coconut is good.
Yes. It's my favorite one.
Oh boy, now we're going to have another one on Red Bull. Don't do it, May.
The cinnamon pear cinnamon, I think is the flavor. It's really good too.
Oh man, that sounds good.
It tastes like pear. It doesn't have a cinnamon taste to it at all, but it's really good.
You're all going to have diabetes, high blood pressure.
I won't be drinking it except maybe very rarely, but no.
I think the pear cinnamon one is like a holiday flavor.
That just sounds good.
What do you got, Big O?
I have Red Bull. On the gun behind the bar now. Unlimited Red Bull. Oh, dude.
I have never drank um a full. I've had what are they called? Jaeger bombs with
Oh,
Red
mm-hmm.
Bull. I think it's Red
Yep.
Bull.
Yep.
I've had those, but I mean that was like a long time ago. That was in my those are my party days back when I was like fun.
See, I got summer hooked on it.
Oh no. Oh no.
King Scarlet, how are you?
Hi, King Scarlet.
But I've never drank a full energy drink. I'm too scared to.
The only ones I drink is Red Bull. I don't like the taste of the other ones.
I
It
like the
doesn't
Green Monster one, but I
it
don't
doesn't
have
make your
Ugh.
pills
heart race.
either.
No, usually when that happened, I would just be sitting at the computer or laying down or just not doing anything. It never happened when I was drinking an energy drink or anything like that.
Mm, mm-mm.
Okay, this is I can't believe I haven't heard of this case. And
I've
Avery, this
never
one is in Mississippi.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either. I'm kind
Uh-uh.
of surprised.
I do recall it.
Pear cinnamon.
So let's see. The investigation into the whereabouts of Jeffrey and Karen was a collaborative effort between multiple law enforcement agencies spanning the East Coast, ultimately leading to the arrest in the Sugar Grove area of Smith County, Virginia. Smith County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division and Patrol Division provided vital support throughout the investigation. They're being held in Southwest Virginia Regional Jail, Abingdon facility, while they wait for extradition back to Mississippi. Caitlin Spence, the girlfriend of Carpenter at the time of his murder, was also arrested in Pennsylvania per a report from WTVA.
Oh, she was part of it?
Holy smokes, his girlfriend was in on it?
Her
What?
parents tried to steal everything.
I wouldn't even have thought that she was part of it. Because she seems
Oh.
so tore up.
Hmm.
If I'm thinking about the right one, like they tried to kick her out of the house or something. Is that it, Avery?
I don't know, because I've never heard of this case before, so
So what's
I'm
the name?
Kirby Carpenter.
Kirby Carpenter.
Richie said he's got gas.
Oh, how awkward. I'll take some gas.
Okay, Richie.
Gas X might work for it.
I feel like my evening is complete now that I know that.
No, he says he needs gas. I said he's got gas.
That's crazy. I haven't heard of this case.
I don't like drink very many drinks that have weird taste to them.
It says that he was found shot to death on December the 2nd of 2022.
Oh wow. And his girlfriend was in on it.
Yeah, Dee said that there was milk for the baby and steaks were left in the truck where he lay, and she swears she never saw him.
That's interesting. So now I need to write his name down so we can kind of keep up with these people that has now been arrested in his case. I don't know why I have. Oh, I wrote down Danielle Croft. She's missing from Bonham, Texas. But it was a case that I'd come across. I just haven't got to look it up. And then there's a Brissa Romero. She's 17 years old, missing from Chicago. See, that's why the little post-it notes come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
I just, as I'm going through stuff, I just write down stuff like that. And then if I ever need to go back and look it up. I've got it wrote down so I'll never forget it. Hey Miriam, how are you? Okay, what was this dude's name? Kirby Carpenter?
Honestly, it's not even the monster I like. I like the taste of the green one. So if I can find that without all of that, I'm good.
I guess I'm boring because I just have black coffee in the morning,
Ew.
then I drink plain water all day long, and
Ugh.
then at nighttime is when I have like my little bougie coffees, where I put different like flavors and stuff in them.
What
I
kind of
And then,
get
flavors you putting in them?
this.
right now I got this Christmas one. It's well, I'd have to go look. It's
Like the sweet, the creamer or whatever?
yeah, yeah.
No, that ruins it. I
Mm.
like Cafe Americana venti with an extra, at least 2 shots in it.
Well, I don't have a cappuccino machine. I had one, but I almost blew my hand off, so I sold it. And
Okay.
I don't go to
Has anybody ever had Vietnamese coffee?
Nope.
that sounds like it would give
No.
me the diarrhea.
Oh no, it's delicious.
Thank you for sharing.
The Nestea, I think it
I have a story. How
Nescafe.
are you?
Nescafe has it, I think is what it's instant. It's like
Ooh,
when I
instant.
first tasted it, well, no, it's good though. When I first tasted it, I'm like, I don't know. And then by the time I got halfway done with it, I'm like, ooh, I really like this.
Okay, Sally Mae, I have the picture of the girlfriend and her parents pulled up now. Is that the same one you were
Yeah,
talking about?
I could see it. I'm not sure that it's them. I'm looking at it on the tab that I have open. But the story that I recall, or part of the story, was that um, his family was trying to kick her and her children out of the house that he built for them or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to go through this to see if I can find the same narrative because I don't recall. I think I recall the guy. I'm gonna have to go and do some reading about it. So I remember her just being like, if it's her,
Ow.
really heartbroken and acting like she didn't know a thing.
And one reason why I might not have heard of this
Where is
is
this? What
because
state is it?
Mississippi
Mississippi.
is because a year ago this happened in December of 2022. That is right when Idaho 4
Yeah,
Uh,
had just happened.
we were
At
all
that
busy
time,
looking at the grub truck.
yeah, they hadn't even made an arrest in that case yet. And so I think that's more than likely the reason why I didn't hear about it.
So is that a picture of him and then the
Uh,
Her,
people
her parents.
yeah, this would be him that was killed, and then the girlfriend, and then her two parents.
and her parents were arrested?
Yeah, all three of them were.
Oh man, it just started raining super hard. I'm probably gonna have to jump down.
All right, well, watch
Dang it.
those storms.
Oh
don't be
wait,
sitting
hold on.
out
I
there
think it's
with your
stopping.
umbrella now.
Nope. Okay. Yep, it's coming down. I'm gonna have to hop down because I'll lose my signal if I go in and don't. You know how I have to switch from Wi-Fi to back and forth. I'll be down in the
Right.
Well,
chat.
Okay.
Okay,
hey,
bye.
Gal,
All right.
make sure you don't go for a walk after you had your Ambien.
Yeah.
It doesn't work very well.
No, I
Like
did crazy stuff on
people
it.
like fall
Yeah.
off porches and things like that. I wouldn't know though.
I had my heart daughter that lived with me. I wanted her to become blood sisters. I tried to cut her hand.
Oh, you did that when you were on Ambien?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so apparently the girlfriend has been booked into the Tippah County Jail in Mississippi just like a few days ago on the 4th.
Good night, Scott.
Scott, you have a wonderful night. All right, Big Al, have a good night. Let's see. Yes, finally, his mom is trying to get custody of his child. The baby is in her cousin's care. Wow.
Yeah, okay, so I was going through a phase, Big Al, where I couldn't eat. I was deathly ill, and I would take my Ambien, and then I would go in the kitchen and I'd eat anything and everything
Yeah.
I could find. And my husband would wake up to like the kitchen in total disarray.
Excuse me. I'm just writing some notes real quick, y'all. Apparently, the parents, I'm trying to see if they've been. See, records show they have waived their extradition rights. It's unclear. So they haven't been transported back to Mississippi yet, but the girlfriend has.
He's
So,
an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, and dealer of precious metals.
Oh, the dad?
no,
the guy
the
that
one,
went missing.
yeah, the
Or
one
died.
that was killed.
Oh, they were stealing from him. Oh.
Now it makes sense.
Okay, so he was in a relationship with Caitlin Spence. According to his family, the couple lived together in Dry Creek community outside Booneville, Mississippi, with their infant daughter, who was born the July prior to the Carpenter's murder. So, wow, that baby was only 5 months old when her daddy was murdered.
Wow.
So the home sits on 10 acres of property and is next to 127 acres of property owned by Carpenter. According to sources close to the family, Jeffrey and Karen Spence, Caitlin Spence's parents, went to visit Carpenter and Spence for a couple of weeks following the birth of the child. They ended up staying for months. Caitlin told Carpenter's family that her parents left Mississippi and went to Virginia the night before Carpenter was killed. Well, that was obviously a lie. So
they said what the night before?
She had told his parents, the girlfriend had told Kirby's parents that her parents had left and went back to Virginia the night before he was murdered.
Where were they from?
Said that they went back to, I guess they were from Virginia. She was arrested in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
It says Jeffrey and Karen Spence returned to Mississippi on December the 3rd, the day after Carpenter's body was discovered by Caitlin Spence behind his garage. The following day, Carpenter's mother, Maddie Jane Jones, discovered that the locks to the home and the codes to the safes that Carpenter had inside his home, safes used to store precious metals, documents, and guns, had been changed.
Very suspicious.
So, feeling that the Spences would abscond with Carpenter's valuables, which I say now belong to his children, Jones was appointed as administrator of Kirby Carpenter's estate. But I wonder why they wanted to get rid of him, though. I mean, was it to steal his stuff and get his money?
Probably. Or they didn't want to go back to Slovenia.
Right. So we started an immediate inventory to make sure that they couldn't take things out of the home, said Casey Barnes, the sister of Kirby Carpenter. Looking back on it now, we should have kicked them out. But in our minds, we were thinking this is a baby's home. We were so deep in our grief We just weren't thinking. We had suspicions, but we didn't think they'd kill him. Wow. So they left and took the baby back to Virginia on December the 20th, 3 days after his
Wow.
funeral.
Uh-oh. Summer's getting wound up.
Is she?
Yep.
Why'd she wound up?
I know nothing.
Why?
You'll just have to look and chat.
Well, I can. I'm taking my medicine.
Okay. Can you look in the back?
Hang on.
I'll have to keep up with this Carpenter case to see
There you
what
go.
happens with the girlfriend and her parents, and see like what evidence and stuff they have found.
Okay, Big Al's Ambien is kicking in, but now he wants to tell us about the GPS thing. So he would like the link.
Okay, hold on, just one. Oh shoot, hold on, wait a second. Give me just a second, Big Al.
Don't wait too long. He'll get pretty weird.
D. Smith, you're very welcome. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Oh, I love that Snoopy. It's Miller time. I miss my beagle.
It's Miller time. How are you?
Yeah, she's getting it, Michelle.
Hey,
How are you?
good, how are you?
Doing
Big Al.
good.
I was getting ready. I'm like, maybe I'll dip the pill. And I thought, talk to the guy about it.
See, I told you.
I want to do it now. It's pretty interesting. So, anyway, one of the companies that I used to work for merged with another company that I worked for previous. So, two companies that I worked for merged together. They do a lot of the commercial trucks, GPS cameras, driver logs, stuff like that. All the electronics and all the tracking. They were notified that they are going to start seeing GPS anomalies on the East Coast, within 400 miles of Washington, D.C., on the West Coast, and in Texas. And anomalies could show them popping up out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
So what?
They're going to start scrambling GPS because apparently there's worries about other countries using our own GPS satellites to target places inside of the United States.
Oh.
Yep, I'm not surprised by that one.
It shocked me a little bit. I'm wondering how long it's actually going to take before it ends up like mainstream. Because they actually went to him and said, "Hey, you're going to have to start telling your people to carry it. They're going to have to start carrying logbooks again, and don't be counting on positions. They need to bring maps with them because your cell phone might not even show you the right map. So if you live in those areas, you might be seeing like when you go for Google directions or something, it might be going wonky here over the next couple of weeks."
Oh, that is crazy.
Wow.
We all
have to learn how to read maps again?
Yeah, we all gotta go back to books. That's what I said. I go, oh shit, everybody's gonna have a milk crate full of maps in their truck again.
Do they even
Nightmare.
still make paper maps?
Some of the cities still do the paper maps.
My husband,
not
he
all of
just
them.
gets those atlases.
Well, yeah, but they don't. A lot of places they don't sell them anymore. There's very few places that actually sell the Chilton books and the county books, and
Can you get them on Amazon?
I'm sure you probably can, but I don't know how up to date they are. Because now everything's Google Maps, Apple Maps, Google Maps, and whatever. What's the other one? Rand McNally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one my husband gets.
But I guess they're worried that entities possibly have full access to our GPS, so they're going to have to move things around. But they already flew the big balloons over us and know where everything is. So I mean,
Yeah.
they have their own GPS. You know,
Yeah.
the whole world doesn't use ours. But I thought that was pretty wild.
Well, like Avery said, that can possibly mess up deliveries for Christmas too.
100%. 100%. If you get drivers that don't know where they're going and they're living on the nav,
Right.
I mean, that could make for a real nightmare for Amazon and UPS.
That's gonna suck.
It could really screw shit up. It just tells me that things are getting a little more heated.
Right.
But it was interesting that they came out before it happened, with hey, here's your heads up.
Yeah.
Probably because trucking, stuff needs to get where it's going. But a lot of these truck drivers now, they're point and click. They get in the truck, hit the button, it tells them where to go. They pull up, tells them when to open their door. They're good drivers, but that's all they do is drive. You add anything extra into it. I know plenty of people around me now that can't drive without GPS. They can't get anywhere.
Yeah.
As long as I have my Dan, I'll be fine.
Your Dan is a hubby?
Yeah, I don't need a TomTom. I got a Dan.
I threw a TomTom out my window in South Central LA one day. It took me right into Compton, straight into the middle. I took that thing and threw it right out the window. I was so pissed. But yeah, GPS is a big deal. I mean, there's a lot more stuff that runs on GPS now than people think. All the cops run on GPS. Fire runs on GPS.
No.
Cell phones run on GPS. If they start messing with that could get really weird.
Yeah.
Because I know when they have when the president or the vice president is somewhere, there's a certain area that they put around them where your GPS is all scrambled. It just stops working and shows you somewhere completely different.
Sorry, I don't get triggered very often, but the hamster thing I can't know.
Yeah, not cool.
I just timed that out.
The hamster thing?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
It was a comment that was put in chat.
Somebody in chat?
Yeah.
We've been getting our share of rude pricks lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should roll up the red carpet and put down something a little more sinister.
Also straightforward.
Blood red.
Yeah, blood red with some bullet holes in it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Use that for the screen. Come on in. We dare you.
Then have blood drop lava lamps all the way down the hall.
That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Well, I don't know. I heard your weather down south was a little gnarly today. Well, we officially got winter today. We had our first blizzard. We had our first blizzard.
Oh, well, you could keep the snow.
It was blowing 45 out of the north and snowing like hell all day.
But honestly, I thought it was going to be, and Big Al, when you get a chance to check back chat, I honestly thought it was going to do worse than what it did, because they've been talking about this storm coming for a week now and how bad it's going to be and all that. And like I said, we got hail for 5 minutes. It rained maybe an hour total, and that was it. It was gone. The wind didn't even blow. But down south of us was getting tore up with storms, and then everybody east and northeast of us was getting tore up with storms.
Well, Monkey Works was talking last week that they've been spraying from the Mississippi east for 3 weeks solid. So I don't know if you guys have been seeing a lot of contrails and stuff, but they've been messing with the weather from the Mississippi east.
I'm west of the Mississippi, so. And
we've had nothing up here. like nothing. It's just been totally out of character, just randomly chilly, but not like Minnesota winter.
Well, I mean, today was like in the 70s. Last night it
Oh
was
shit!
hot.
Is
They've
that
been-
why our weather's been so crazy?
Yeah, they've been doing the weather modification. They've got all the flights. They show them
Even here in Kansas?
everywhere. Yeah,
No
every inch of
wonder
the
why
United
the weather's
States.
so nuts.
There's a world pact. There's only like 6 countries in the world that don't allow it.
I thought we were supposed to have global warming. Why don't they make it cold?
No, we're global cooling. That's why it's climate change now.
Oh,
They
good
had to switch
Lord.
it from global warming to climate change.
Well, okay. Okay, so if it's getting colder, why is the ice melting?
Ice melts every year with the ocean temperature.
No, I mean the icebergs.
They melt every year.
That's what
They
I
melt
always thought.
constantly until we get back into a cold section where it all freezes again.
But I thought that's
What are we going to turn into Siberia or what?
Well, there's all that talk about the poles shifting and all that stuff. I mean, this thing I go with is they don't really know because nobody was here 12 million years ago,
exactly.
and that's
What
what I
happened to the
just
dinosaurs?
don't buy it.
Okay,
What
here's
happened
the
to the
thing.
dinosaurs? Did they burn up or did they freeze?
Though there was an ice storm and that froze everybody. Okay, so here's the thing. I have a theory that whoever you choose to call the big guy upstairs, he has a way, like farmers, they are supposed to take like every 7th year off to rest their field. They plant things like peanuts and stuff like that
Well,
to reap. And if you go back into the Arctics, there's grass and all of that under that snow.
oh yeah,
It's just God's way of cleansing the earth and recycling everything. That's my opinion. And I stick to it.
yeah. I think there's a lot of science behind all of it, but I think it's all theory because nobody was here
No, we
millions
don't
of years
know.
ago. We don't really know. It's all guessing. It's interesting, but I see them all as guessing because they can't say for sure.
Corn pop don't.
It's all theory.
Richie's like, corn pop, don't play with our weather.
Oh, Richie, I got a good one for you. I won't take over, but I got to tell one quick story. So
No,
I had a tournament today for indoor beanbags cornhole, and I had a lady walk up. And I'm not saying anything bad about Democrats, but she was an obvious Democrat. And she goes, "I need to get on your Wi-Fi. What's the network?" And I said, "It's Corn Pop's a bad dude." And she goes, "What?" I said, "The network name is Corn Pop's a bad dude. What's the password? Trump 2024. I thought she was going to have a meltdown. And I said, "Well, it's free. You just got to type it in." She could not get herself to type it into her phone. Just couldn't do it. But I thought it was funny.
King Scarlet, yes, that is what I'm talking about. And I'm going to go ahead and say this real quick. I did put it in chat, but I'm only going to say it one time. And I mean this. Nobody is to come in my chat and make any rude, disgusting, sexual remarks to anyone in my chat that make people feel uncomfortable.
Dang it.
I don't care how long you've been in here. If you do that, I will beat your ass. Because that is very inappropriate and it's very disgusting and that makes people feel uncomfortable. And I'm not going to have people in my chat feeling uncomfortable by someone's disgusting remarks.
You must have said something pretty nasty.
Rook, I timed him out. I don't know if he comes back in, but if he does, I will boot him if he does it again. I'm not going to put up with that shit.
Mm-mm.
Are there just random people coming in saying nasty shit?
No, this person has been in here probably, I don't know, a week week and a half or so. But it was just a comment that they made to one of the mods, the female mods. And it was just
Sorry, I
very
missed it.
disgusting.
Back chat. Big out.
Mm.
And I'm not going to put up with that shit. This video yesterday talking about he was. So Ashes, y'all haven't gotten hardly any then.
Up here, we got like 4 inches of snow, but it blew like hell. But everywhere southeast of us got pounded. And I was watching that guy that does the airplane traffic on Twitter, and he was showing the airplanes just one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. Hundreds of flights. Just painting everywhere from the Mississippi East.
Yep. Sally's eating all the M&Ms.
Don't
That
say
girl.
M&M's is my favorite
Which
candy.
M&Ms? No, but which M&Ms? The
I like
original M&Ms?
all of them.
The peanut butter ones are the bomb.
No, I don't like the
No. Just
Tonka and them just got another 6 inches.
wow.
Well, it's that time of year up there. It is here too. We're just not getting it. It's just cold and windy. And now we got a little bit of snow, just enough to be annoying.
Rock, you're very welcome. Yeah, I seen where Tonka had told me, I don't know, probably a few weeks ago now, that they got like half their annual snowfall. And was it Tonka like one weekend? They got it was like 40 inches.
Yeah, they've had some wicked storms up there.
Y'all know how I am about snow, and when people start getting just piles and piles of it, I feel so bad for those people.
Oh, don't feel
When it
bad
gets
for me
cold,
if we get it.
she gets all her hoodies out.
I love snow.
Don't feel bad for me. That brings snowmobilers. I make money.
Yeah, but it's just like people get stuck in their homes and they can't go and get, like if they need something or medicine or anything like that, and they're just.
Oh, around here the
stuck.
pharmacies just bring it to your house.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, that's
wintertime.
too.
I don't know how they do it in the city, but up here they do.
Yeah.
Ours will too.
Yeah, they just bring it to your house.
Oh yes, D. Smith snow ice cream.
And they do deliveries too.
We have got a burger joint here that their vanilla shakes taste exactly like good old snow cream.
I just don't like snow.
I love snow.
Yeah, I don't think you'd like it up here in the winter at all. I would never,
No.
as much fun as it would be, I would never invite you here in the wintertime.
Let me tell you, when we were in Illinois, we were there for 2 months. One day it was very nice outside, sunny. It wasn't too hot, it wasn't cold. Short sleeves and shorts. We go to bed that night. Never knew that it snowed overnight. Wake up the next morning, and everything is white under like a foot of snow. And I was like, no, I got to go home.
You open the curtains, you can't see shit because you're blind.
Yeah, I don't like cold weather. I never have.
Oh, I love.
I used to. I'm not a fan as much anymore.
I don't like cold stuff. And Doc, I timed you out because of the comments that you were in here making people feel uncomfortable. If it happens again, I will block you. I'm just letting you know now.
Nobody else was laughing, just you.
Yes. But I don't like snow. I don't like cold weather. I just don't like it. I've never have. Even growing up, a lot of kids love snow, especially in the South when you don't get snow a whole lot. Kids
you
love
get
it.
2 inches, yeah.
Yeah, I never was a snow person.
See, I like the stuff that you can do when it snows, like ice fishing. And when I say ice fishing, I mean inside of a shack with a lazy boy recliner and a satellite TV, and I'm not talking about roughing it out there being cold. I'm talking about having my socks off in front of the fire, relaxing and fishing.
I like it when we get snowed in. You just crank up your fireplace and sit back under blankets watching TV, and if you're smart, you've got a generator, and You'll get through it just fine.
Y'all, it's 51 degrees here right now, and I'm sitting on an electric blanket with it cranked up high.
Well, I can tell you today I had a tournament. I usually have about 75 to 100 people for it. 18 people showed up. And then after that was over, I had another 6 people come through the door all day. That's how bad the roads are.
Yeah. See,
It's
people down
dead.
here, they don't know how to drive in snow. And when the roads get covered in snow, they want to go play, knowing damn good and well they don't know how to drive in it.
Yeah.
And they will run off the road and the
Okay.
people's ditches and everything else.
Doc, one more time. If you don't quit arguing, she's going to time you out, and
No, you get
No,
blocked.
you're
I
going
will
to get
block.
blocked. Actually,
I've done the one timeout. That's all the timeouts I do. I will block next
Good.
time. So if you're trying to argue with people in here, and I see that you are saying people's names and they're not responding back to you, I will kick
and
you.
I'm personally done with your creepiness.
The comments about the hamster, the comment that you made to my mod, I've had to remove several of your comments. I've had to time you out. Next time I will boot you.
Yeah.
40 right now. They may have adjusting. Where is Mount Charleston, Richie? Hey, musical.
The northwest corner of the valley.
So
And a very good time.
Nevada.
It's that's an hour, a little over an hour out of Vegas.
Okay.
Where you can actually go skiing and come back into town with snow all over your car, and people look at you like you're crazy.
Well, wherever I seen King Scarlet had posted a picture today, and I don't know exactly where she was at, but her and her grandpa, dude, she's got like the coolest grandfather. They went skiing, snow skiing.
I've been skiing a long time. You know, we've got I'd say we've got about drifts are probably a foot deep. Maybe 12 inches. But it's not everywhere. It's the wind finally stopped.
Right.
Because we had between 30 and 50 mile an hour wind all day. It was brutal.
Yeah, see, I can't do the wind either because the wind, when it's cold, it's just like it's cutting through you.
Oh yeah, it makes it hard to breathe. It literally sucks the breath out of your lungs when you open your mouth.
Is he doing it again?
Yeah, Ruck
Okay,
has
Sally,
been a
thank you.
gentleman. Ruck has been nothing but a gentleman in here.
Well, I seen where he had mentioned Ruck's name, and then Ruck didn't comment back to him, and then he mentioned Richie's name, and Richie didn't comment back to him. So Sally may think
Tell you why later.
because I'm not having that people coming in here trying to start stuff with people who are in my chat who are not doing anything. And yes, Ruck has been very respectful since he's been in here.
What are you having, about one bummer person a day coming in?
I mean, we haven't even really had any issues with anybody lately.
I'm saying if you only have one a day, that's pretty good. I've been in a few lately where it's like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, this dude's been in here for, I don't know, a couple of weeks now. And he came up on panel the other night, and he kind of, he seemed okay. Like I let him up on panel, and then he has his own channel and all that. Let's see.
Come into one of our chats, Big L. We'll tell you what happened.
And I didn't go over, like I subbed to his channel, matter of fact. Let me go do something.
Yeah,
quick.
I'm gonna be. I went over there just to see what it was. What it was, and so did some of our other people, and it was just not cool.
And what I seen him say to the mod just a minute ago, like I'm not.
And that's tame.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
You don't talk smack to my friends.
And
I like this place. It's chill. People should be able to pick up on the vibe in the first minute.
well, I don't like men coming in here and making sexual remarks to a female.
Hey, somebody
It's
told me
just-
this was the dating game.
Yeah, I'm not.
Totally kidding. Totally
I'm
kidding.
not, because like I said, I don't want people coming in here and making other people feel uncomfortable.
No, you should never feel uncomfortable.
And I don't like that. That's just, there is no morals or respect. You got into this panel that night. That was where I better go. Ruck, I'm sorry that you were put in an uncomfortable position, but he is now gone. He is blocked.
There were a lot of people put in an extremely uncomfortable position, and I did watch that live, and it was completely inappropriate.
Yeah, you sent it to me, and I watched like the first 15 minutes of it, and then I had to leave, and I didn't get to finish watching it, so I don't know what all was.
That's all you needed to see.
Okay. Hey, Tiff. Yeah.
Exactly, Michelle. Read the room.
I mean, Ruck is new here. He's been here a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe. Never gave us an issue in chat. He's in Discord. He's always been very respectful. Thank y'all for the welcome. Very gentleman-like. And then you got the other one that comes in and it's just, how you meet somebody and you kind of get that creepy vibe?
Mm-hmm.
That's, yeah.
Exactly.
So.
Well, welcome to the chat, Ruck. And welcome to the channel.
Yeah, Ruck has been really cool. Like
He has. He's been very cool.
Jen with 2 N's. Yes, what you just said. He was asking her too many questions.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
you didn't see his whole chat the other night. That's why people stayed.
Yeah, I didn't go to his chat,
okay.
but when he was on my panel, he was asking, in my opinion, JC too many questions.
Yeah.
Betty Jo, are you back?
We woke her up.
Oh.
I'm on the fun part of the Ambien now.
I bet you are.
It's that like 9 minutes that you get where you go, wee, and then you
Yeah.
go, bam.
Don't fall down.
You don't really fall down. I don't really fall down.
I fell off of a porch here.
Poor Brian, when he comes in here.
My son was in a full leg cast all the way up to his hip.
Oh,
and
God.
He had to come
my
down
God.
off the porch and pick me up and take me back into the house.
Oof.
Because I took 2 Ambien instead of 1.
Oh my gosh, that's not good.
Well, I didn't know any better at the time.
So wait, he was in a full cast, you said?
Yes, and he got off the porch somehow and
Oh my God.
picked me up and put me in the house.
Oh my gosh, how horrible.
I did not follow JLR.
Funny story, the first, about, I don't know, 6 days I was taking it, I was tying my ankle to my bed frame.
Summer texting me.
Because I was terrified. All these stories, I'm like, well, God, I'm going to wake up like laying in the middle of the road or something, at least make it hard to be stupid. So I left myself enough rope to get to the bathroom and wanted to make sure I wasn't going to like go outside. I didn't know. I heard all kinds of stories.
That stuff's dangerous, man.
It doesn't keep you sleeping for very long. That's the only thing I don't like about it.
I don't take anything like that.
I have to, or I just would never get any sleep.
I can't take stuff like any type of like Tylenol PM or anything like that. When I wake up the next morning, I feel like I'm drunk.
Yeah, that's Advil PM does that to me.
I can't. And last night, y'all, I don't know what was, I guess the nausea medicine I took. I had never been that dizzy, and I couldn't even look. Like, I had to hold my head down when I was sitting at my computer.
What did you take?
I took a Zofran for nausea, and it's
That stuff will kick
but I've always taken them. It's just the ones you put under your tongue.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is. That shit makes you feel like that.
I don't know what it was, but I was sitting at my computer and I told Troll, I was like, I can't sit up. I got to lay down. And I had to go to the bathroom. So when I was getting up to walk, I couldn't look in front of me when I was walking. I had to look down at my shirt and just feel my way around because I was afraid I was going to fall over. It was that bad. I've never been like that. And I got laid down and I could just feel the room spinning. And that's why I don't drink.
Sounds like a bad trip to me.
Yeah, I don't like stuff like that. I don't like that feeling. My mom takes Tylenol every night. I might be exaggerating, but I can take regular Tylenol, just like anything that makes me sleep. I don't like that groggy feeling the next morning.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being so tired you can't do anything.
Right.
Well, I have to take
awful.
stuff to sleep, but I don't take that stuff.
Well, I ran out of gummy bears, so
I did too. I got to get me some more tomorrow.
I ran out.
Yeah, I bet his gummy bears aren't like yours, though.
Well, mine are
Probably
mine
not.
are actually called Sleepy Time Gummy Bears.
Oh,
They're
no, mine are
actually formulated for sleep.
Oh, I didn't know they made those.
Oh yeah, they're CBD and THC, but it's really light THC.
Oh, the
So you're
CBD
not like
gummies are good.
well, you don't really get high from it.
No, not the
You
CBD.
can no, but you can. It has THC, but the THC is really weak.
The
Mhm.
CBD
It just helps you
gummies
sleep. The CBD
help
is
my
really
tremors
strong.
to slow down.
Yeah, the CBD is
The
really
tremors
strong.
I have from Parkinson's, it slows them down.
Yeah, I know 3 different people
Oh,
that have
Jen.
Parkinson's that are using gummies, and it's working for them really, really, really well. I have a friend that has seizures too. That she's doing really good on.
Jim
He's taking the
Chew-ins, that is
CBD
hilarious.
or THC ones.
That's funny.
What?
We never had Elf on the Shelf whenever I was little.
Oh,
She has an Elf on the Shelf. Wait, is she the one that was saying that? Because she said 2 nights ago, I put a carrot, googly eyes, and 2 twigs in a bowl of water, and a note that said, I bought you a snowman from the North Pole, but it melted.
I
Maybe
didn't
I
even
wonder
know
if they
what
have them at Wawa.
it was till a few weeks ago. I'm like, what on earth is that?
Exactly, Summer, because that's the best ones you can buy.
I had an Elf on
Dollar
the Shelf.
General has the best ones.
We cut one up into pieces, and people were finding pieces around the house.
Oh Lord! It goes back that far?
Yeah, Elf on the Shelf's been around for a long time.
I never had one. I guess I was deprived whenever I was little because I never had one.
I never even heard of it.
Well, let's see. How far does it go back? I was 35 the last time I lived with my parents.
No.
And they had it because I just moved back from Florida, and I ended up staying with them, and my mom had one. I think that was the first time I ever saw one.
Mom had to get one for a baby boy.
Oh, they were so glad I came back from Florida. They hated it down there. I didn't care for it.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, even my kids didn't have one.
Yeah, mine didn't either. I didn't even know what it was till a couple. Weeks ago.
I've heard of them 5-10 years ago, maybe.
Well, they just go in the yard, grab a handful of sticks, tie it up, paint the top red, and go, here's your damn Elf on the Shelf. Country style.
I think I've lived without it long enough. I can.
Yeah, the people on Facebook, they will do their thing every night. They will post what they're doing with their Elf on the Shelf for their kid. And I'm just like, where do you come up with all these ideas?
Well, I asked my daughter.
TikTok, where all the important shit comes from.
I asked my daughter-in-law, I said, because we were watching this Elf on the Shelf story, I said, last year I remember hearing something for the first time about that. What is that thing? And she was telling me. And then I'm like, so do you do all that? She says, oh, no, I don't have time for that. We're talking about the one with 8 kids. She said, I don't have time for that business.
I think it'd be way more interesting to do Chucky on the Shelf.
Chucky on the Shelf. Lady V, do you have a Chucky on the Shelf?
I had that Chucky somewhere where when they find it, it scares the shit out of them, but they get a candy bar.
I can totally see Lady V with a Chucky.
Yeah. You want to know, I don't like Chucky.
Oh,
really?
You don't like Chucky.
Really?
I don't like Chucky.
Oh, everything I thought I knew about you just went away.
Yeah, no, I don't
I
like
thought you loved Chucky.
No.
Wow.
That is too funny.
The elf on the shelf was in quarantine in a jar.
She said she didn't want to have to deal with it. I don't know. People can. There was one lady the other day I saw she did for her daughter. She took chicken bones and made them out into like the shape of the elf, and then put the elf's hat on there.
Oh, that's
and,
funny.
and left it for her daughter. I forgot what the little note or whatever said, but yeah,
Chicken bones?
they made it look like in the shape of a skeleton of the elf.
Interesting.
Like
I
people
thought you were
come up.
supposed to move it from place to place or something.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
supposed to
just-
do something new with it every night and leave a note.
Like precarious situations or funny situations.
Yeah.
Or make it think that it's bony now and been torn apart.
I guess or use it to scare the shit out of them. I don't know. That sounds like my style.
Or kids.
Yeah, I didn't do the elf on the shelf for my kids. They got Santa. That was good enough.
Nothing new on Idaho 4, huh?
No,
Nope.
When
They
are they going to
just-
start?
I mean, they turned over the IGG stuff to the judge. The state did. So right now, he's got to go over that and decide if he's going to let the defense have any of it or all of it or whatever. And then I guess after that, if he does decide to let them have some of it, he'll probably give them time to go through it and stuff like that. And then hopefully after that, and they've gotten if they've gotten everything else they've requested, hopefully they'll start talking about scheduling this trial.
We sure were all right when we all said no way October.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for October, but
What do you think the reality is now? Spring?
I'm thinking maybe when
That means Willie would be right because he said something like April or some shit.
yeah, because I mean I thought that maybe like when the summer gets here and there's most of the kids are not on campus, because there's going to be so many people coming into town for that, media and everything else, and so I figured maybe they would do it, if they do get it scheduled in 2024, that it will be probably in the summertime. That would make the most sense to me, but I mean they can schedule it at any time, but I'm sure it's going to be after all the holiday stuff and all that. Tonka still though after February the 15th of 2024.
I think it's going to be a long trial. I really do.
I'm
I think it's
thinking
good.
8 to 10 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to drag. It's going to drag, and I think it's going to be really interesting.
Well, I think the cast report is going to take a while to get through.
Oh, yeah.
The DNA stuff will probably take a while to get through. That'll probably be the longest things to get through.
It'll be interesting to see how much they let us see.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just
really
glad-
interesting.
I'm just glad that we're going to get to watch it. I mean, like I said, I've told people, if you need something, call somebody else because I'm going to be busy whenever it's scheduled. Betty Jo, you think it's going to start in January
No.
of 2024 or 2025? She may be talking about 25. I mean, it could happen in 25. I just don't
You
know.
think
If
a whole nother year?
I mean, it's a possibility that it
Wow.
could go into 25,
If
but
he's
honestly,
innocent, does he really want to stay in there? I mean,
Well, no, if he knows he's guilty, 25 is good because it gets him out of the news. People are onto other shit. They're not on top of him so hard when the trial finally happens. Hopefully something else is taken over. I mean, the longer they put it off, the better off it is for him.
But once that court document, I can guarantee you, once that court document hits that website saying when that trial's scheduled and it's got dates on it, everybody, Twitter's going to be blowing up with it. YouTube's going to be blowing up with it.
Well, they'll jump right back on it.
Oh, yeah.
But it depends on what else is happening at the time, is what I'm saying. If there's some major thing going on, it might not get quite the attention,
Well, as long as I'm still breathing, I will be.
Oh, I know you're going to hammer it hard. I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I will.
I'm talking about the 300 other channels that are probably going to, move on to something else.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a possibility. I mean, I was waiting.
Then maybe we won't have to see more fake ass videos.
I was waiting on Sarah Boone's trial to start, but it's been pushed back to next year. So the only thing I'm worried about is that they're going to try to schedule all these different trials at the same time.
Yeah.
And at that point, I can only cover 2 trials at one time.
That's what it looked like it was going to be like this October, remember?
Yes, there was Alexi Trevizio's, Sarah Boone's, and Brian's all on the same day it's supposed to start. So, I mean, I can only cover 2 at the same time. So, Chad starts April the 1st.
Oh, Cabbage Patch.
And he's wanting the cameras in his courtroom. And now Judge Boyce is going to do them just like Judge is going to do. It's going to be through.
He's thinking on it real hard, thinking he's going to get off. Like he's an idiot.
And I just don't. There's no way he's going to get off on that.
No.
I think a lot of people that are in the system right now see a lot of people just walking out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
And they're thinking they got a chance for, like, an easy break. Because of how many people are just walking out of jail.
There's just no way Chad Daybell's going to get off, though.
You wouldn't think so, but I mean, look at some of the people they just let out. They just let a guy out in Minneapolis.
He was in the same damn room as his wife.
Well, they just let a guy out in Minneapolis that shot somebody, and then they took him in, and he got out and shot somebody else.
This dude, though, what he did to Tylee and JJ and his wife, I just don't see him getting off. And they haven't even taken the death penalty off the table for him. And he's trying to get it taken off.
Yeah, that's going to take a while.
Honestly, I don't think they're going to take it off. And hopefully they don't.
I think more places need to add it. I hate to say it. I know a lot of people.
You think that if they take the death penalty off, he'll try to plead out?
I don't know.
He will if he's guilty.
Oh, he's super guilty. Like
if he's guilty and he doesn't think he can win, why doesn't want to die?
Who are we talking about? Brian?
Chad Daybell.
Oh, Chad Daybell? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cabbage Patch.
Yeah, he murdered his wife and then those 2 kids. And they were found buried on his property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's text messages to his wife the day that they were buried, or one of them was buried.
Yep. I left. We're talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That guy.
Some of these states need a fast lane.
Yeah, they really do.
They really do. They need a fast lane when the evidence is that powerful, and
Like
there's absolutely zero doubt. You walk down the hallway, walk outside. Why am I up against this wall? Why'd you just put a cigarette in my mouth? Bang! It's over. Done.
Yep.
Bag him up. Next. It costs us $1 and a cigarette.
Yeah, like Sarah Boone.
Yep.
That girl's
too much money.
How's she gonna fight that?
Too much money.
She wouldn't even admit she was too drunk to know what she was doing. For goodness' sake.
We need to stop coddling the ones that are slam dunk.
Yeah,
when
we
it's
do.
a slam dunk, it should be a slam dunk.
Exactly.
Well, Chad Daybell's for sure. It's like there's no questions at all. Like there's other cases out there that you can question or think about.
I mean, we could be totally wrong about Koberger. I mean, we don't really have a slam dunk with him.
Possible.
I mean, it's possible. But if you got one that's a slam dunk, then they should just go directly to wherever they need to go to get it done.
Well, that's going to be Chad Daybell because, like I said, the day that Tylee was murdered and buried on his property, there's text messages to his wife talking about the burning that was done in the backyard.
With the
Claim
raccoon.
right, but claiming it was something else and it was actually her.
Well, you're dumb enough to dig a hole in your own
Well,
property.
and their phone pinged right there too.
Yep.
Or her
Hey,
phone thing
Marion.
right there where
His phone pinged right there.
His and Lori's brother,
Yeah.
and it pinged on Chad's property, and I think that they had something to do with Lori's brother dying. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
You can't make me believe
Definitely.
otherwise that they didn't have something to do, because he made that comment about that they're going to let him take the fall for it, and then the next day he dies.
Yep.
So
Did you ever hear that that Lori and Alex's sister died? That was what's her name's mom?
Melanie's mom?
Yes.
I didn't hear that.
There were some questions about whether
Oh,
Lori and Alex had something to do with it.
wait, yes, that's okay. Wait a minute. Yes,
Way
she
back
died
when-
when Melanie was little.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that's why she was so close to Lori and Alex and all
Yes.
them. Yeah, but she's like a
Yes.
miniature Lori in my
She
opinion.
is. She is.
Yeah, I wonder what is. Jen, I don't. They've got to feel. I don't know how they would. I mean, I wouldn't live in the house if it was me. I don't know, because coming from him, like his kids and the way he acts, I don't know how they feel or think about living in that house, knowing that their mom died there at the hands of their dad, and then 2 kids were
Yeah, do
buried
they
on that
still
property.
live there?
I think so, because the
Oh, my
house.
word.
Okay, so his attorney owns the house, and then he's still letting Chad's kids live there.
Like,
So
do
I don't
they
know.
actually think that their dad didn't do that?
I think it's a possibility that
I
maybe
think that's what I heard.
some of them think that he did. I think there's a possibility that some of them think that maybe he didn't.
I thought they saw the autopsy report. The
Of
second
Tammy?
one. Yeah, when they exhumed her body.
But the thing is, so they've only came out and spoke, what, once or twice?
Yeah.
His kids, like a long time ago. I don't know how they feel now. Like, I mean, Lori has already been convicted, and now she's down in Arizona fixing to go through that whole trial with Charles's case. So,
She
I mean,
wanted to know how long the trial was going to take,
oh, God.
or if they were going to be tried together, the two charges, or if they were going to be separate.
She's like,
Like,
could I
she couldn't
get
be
Botox,
bothered or
please?
something.
Could I get Botox, please, before the trial?
She didn't ask that, did she?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, I won't be surprised if she did.
I don't know. I can't believe they didn't charge Melanie.
Tonka, did
Oh,
YouTube
me
delete
either.
a comment that you made?
They're always deleting her comments for some reason.
Well, they've done that to me before too. Like, there's certain words that they do not like, and I'll look and my comment will be gone. Oh, the CNOSPIRACY.
Oh, they don't like that word?
They don't like that word. They knocked mine out.
I
Wait,
think
spell
Big
that
Al's
again?
going to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Tinfoil hat. I just dropped a
me
link.
after N.
I dropped a link in the back chat of a really good video of that tornado. It's only like 10 seconds long.
Oh, wow.
It's a fatty. I mean, that's a huge tornado. It's very large. It's probably 3 miles wide.
Good night, Betty Jo.
Good night, Betty Jo.
Betty Jo, have a good night. And if Betty Jo, if I don't talk to you before you leave to go on your trip, y'all be safe.
Yeah, have fun.
And have fun. And we will talk to you whenever you get a chance to. Okay, so I'm gonna drop.
I dropped it in the chat there, Thistle, so you can see it.
I don't know if this channel though will strike me if I play it.
Are they doing that now?
I think
That's
some
like 10 seconds.
If it's a news channel, yeah.
Can't you
Yeah.
just review it and stop it
There
every
was
10 seconds?
there was a certain YouTuber that got sued for playing news channels
Oh, for
because,
Pete's
and I
sake.
think the reason she got sued was because it was during the Brian Laundrie trial that she would put on something and just leave it on for hours and hours. Like
Oh,
she didn't think she'd get in any trouble for that. And considering who the YouTuber is, you think she would have known better,
Well, yeah, if she's trying to get paid from it, she's monetized, then
right? Like, why would you
it's kind
do
of
that?
plagiarism.
Yeah.
I dropped the link in chat also if anybody wants to go
Well,
check it
I
out.
mean, a lot of it wasn't like live. It was just like streaming it, and for the sheer fact that it would be on as soon as something came up, like
Right.
a update or something.
Yeah, that is a big tornado too.
I think it's huge.
And people are
Scary.
just standing out in the parking lot just
Ugh.
watching it
Just watching,
go
yeah.
by.
You know, the ones that make me crazy are the ones that are like on the 4th or 5th story of an apartment building and they're recording it from their balcony.
Yeah, they're on the windows.
And they're just like
yeah,
hanging off
but
the
if
balcony
they
going,
survive with
oh,
that
look at that thing.
footage,
And then it starts turning towards them. And they're like, oh, shit. Well, yeah, what did you think was going to
Yeah,
happen?
because if it's not like if it looks like it's sitting still, it's coming towards
It's
you.
coming towards you, yeah.
exactly.
And even if it doesn't look like it's coming towards you, I have seen them things turn so fast.
Oh,
or
yeah.
debris flying through the air or anything like that.
I was camping one time on a youth trip, and there were like 25 kids camping on this beach. Pretty big lake. And it got windy, it got shitty. The sky got kind of green. And all of a sudden, the sirens went off. We looked across the lake, and there were 3 tornadoes coming across the lake at the same time, right
Oh.
towards us. We had to leave all of our stuff, jump in a van, and run from them and go hide in the basement of a Burger King.
Oh,
And when
geez.
we came out, it was one of the worst storms on record for Minnesota ever.
Wow.
All the tunnels were flooded, buildings were flooded, trees were down everywhere. There was like 35 tornadoes that came right through Minneapolis.
Well, they have now moved the state of Louisiana into Tornado Alley
Well, that's
because for the upcoming year.
you guys have had a lot of really strong thunderstorm patterns come through straight across out of Dallas.
Yep.
And it hasn't been normal.
No,
Because they're really strong.
The last few
It's
that
going on
we've
like 10
had
years.
have been just like in the last couple of months have been really bad. Like the straight line winds have been horrible. The one that had the tornado that came over us a couple of months ago, it's just
Yeah, the ones in 2012, I think it was 2012 when Alabama got hit.
Yeah.
When I came down there. And that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
See, and we've been having less here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of straight line winds, but really no tornadoes. But we've had some very damaging straight line winds. We lost a lot of trees last year.
If the storms start up in Dallas, we're going to get hit hard. But if they start popping up where we're at,
These bones probably on
then they're not. We don't get it as bad as the people to the east of us do.
Right.
Just call Avery's name; she'll come. It'll wake her up.
Avery, squirrel.
Squirrel.
Avery.
Hopefully, she's watching the weather out there.
I think my squirrel just ran across the screen. I'm gonna hit the hay.
All right.
Night owl.
You guys have a wonderful night. If you see anything on the news about GPS, tag me.
Okay.
Because I'm keeping an eye out for what actually comes out.
Wow.
Okay. If I come across, I'm always scrolling Twitter, so if I come across something, I'll tag you.
Yeah, if you see something about commercial GPS, just copy it and tag me or whatever.
Okay. Will do.
I just read their document and it's interesting, so it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for it to come out.
All right.
Folks in the chat, have a great night. I'm waving at the screen. Take care of yourselves.
I just waved at you.
I waved at you too.
Sleep
I'm even gonna blow you a kiss. Mwah. There you go. All right,
Yes.
kids.
Have a good night.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I think I'm about to get out of here too. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I bet.
So, but I will be keeping up with Crystal's a case. and the court dates and everything. What did I do with them? Here's my notes. I've got all their little court dates highlighted, and I'm gonna put them in my my little planner thing that Lady B got me. That way I can keep up with them that way too.
Cool.
And there was something else I was going to tell y'all.
Lady, are you going to bed?
What? No.
Are we gonna have a powwow?
We can.
That'd be fun to do for a little while.
All right. Well, Lady V, drop your channel link real quick. Just in case there's some in chat that doesn't have it. But yeah, I will keep up with it. Sally Mae, if you come across anything that's new, send it to me.
I'll keep an eye out for it.
And because this is going to be very interesting. I can't wait for something to come out about that fifth.
I'm taking my laptop with me.
Okay, when do you leave to go on your trip?
I just bought a laptop suitcase to protect it.
Okay.
I'm leaving 5 a.m. Friday.
Okay. Well,
that's when my plane takes off.
Okay, so that's like the end of next week then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, hopefully before you leave though, they will come out with something on that fifth criteria on the firearm. Yeah. And that would be nice.
About that.
Hey May, you did not know I had a channel? How did that
happen?
Okay, what? Avery, y'all be safe, please. Because those storms that's going through, they're no joke tonight.
See, I told you she'd come if we called her. There she is.
Yep, all you gotta do is say squirrel. Then she comes.
So let me see real quick. So we'll keep up with Crystal's case. I'm going to look and see who this Danielle Croft is. It says she's missing from Bonham, Texas. I want to look into that. I'm going to try to keep up with this truck driver dude that's missing to see if he's ever found. What was the other one? Oh, the Kirby really Carpenter guy.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, I clicked on, I think I opened a new tab with this case.
Okay. And I can do a channel in Discord for him as well, and then that way we can kind of keep up with what goes on, because that case seems interesting too, especially with it being his girlfriend and her parents.
Yeah, wow. I gotta go back and look at that some more, whether that's the same one that I saw before, because that woman, his girlfriend, just seemed like she was so distraught, and like his parents were going to kick her off the property or something.
Yeah, it may be the same
case.
Yeah, I'll do a channel in Discord for him, and that way anything y'all find, y'all can just drop it in there.
Yeah,
and we can keep up with it like that. And anybody who is in my Discord, if y'all happen to come across any new stuff on the Crystal Rogers case, before me or Sally Mae or Lady V, just grab the link to it and just drop it in the channel that I have for Crystal on Discord. And then that way it'll be easy for all of us to keep up with it and see what the turnout in this is going to be.
I don't have a channel, Ruck, but you can send a message to Locke.
Wait, who is wanting to?
Ruck's asking about sending an email, and I said that he asked if I had a channel, and I said no.
Okay, and Ruck, I'll be
Rogers, Tinka.
Ruck, I'll be looking for your email. It's Crystal Rogers, Tonka.
Richie, are you going to take me to Olive Garden?
Tonka, Crystal Rogers, she went missing in 2015, July 3rd, 2015. And she was presumed deceased in October 2015. And then the following year, in 2016, in November, her dad was murdered. And police believe that they have the gun that was used to murder him, and it belongs, they believe, to Crystal's former boyfriend's brother, and her former boyfriend is now in jail awaiting trial on her murder. So it's a lot of twists and turns in it. In her case, but there is some information hopefully that will be coming out soon, to where there will be more arrests.
Okay, I dropped my link, but I also just dropped the link to the live.
Okay.
Okay. See y'all there.
Okay, Sally Mae. Thank you so
Good
much for
night.
coming up, Sally Mae, and
You're welcome.
discussing
Loved
this.
it.
Enjoyed it as always.
Yeah,
Thank
great
you for
time.
inviting me.
Yes, Lady B, thank you as well. I
Chat
appreciate
was
it.
behaved other than one person.
Yeah, chat was chill tonight. That's what I was thinking.
All right, love you guys. Sleep safe for anybody that's not coming over.
Yes, for sure. Y'all go check out Lady B's channel. She'll be going live here in a minute.
Bye-bye.
All right, Lady B, have a good night. Sally Mae, you have a good night as well.
You too.
Thank you.
Love you, everyone. Good night.
All right, we love you too. So yeah, y'all, like I said, anybody's in Discord, if you come across something regarding Crystal, just drop it in her channel on there. Yeah, Jay Clark, I've already been on here almost 4.5 hours. So I'm fixing to get out of here for the night. It's after 3 o'clock here. But Jay Clark, it was good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. And thank you everyone for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I do apologize for the inappropriateness in the chat earlier. It won't happen again. I do love you all, and I hope that all of y'all will join us tomorrow night. Like I said earlier, keep everybody in Tennessee, and I'm pretty sure these storms have moved into Kentucky. Thank you, Jay Clark. So keep every one of those people in your prayers who's been affected by these storms. Avery, I hope if you can still hear me, you and Jaden are safe. Anybody else in the path of these storms, please be safe because they are no joke. And I love you all, and I will talk to y'all next time. Richie, you have a wonderful night.